Hello, welcome to a brand new show here at the Finn's Tailgate. It's a new era, a new day, and a new show. I hope you're all excited. It's Late Night Exhale with us. I'm your host, Ali, as you probably see here, and my good friend, the man with the most beautiful voice, Culler. How's it going, Culler?
I'm pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I'm great. I'm excited. How are you? Are you excited for this debut of a new show?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think it was, when you approached me about it, I thought, with the idea and everything that we already do here, I thought it was great, and I was really looking forward to be a part of it. So tell us what you got on tap for us. Well, first of all, you know how it goes.
Well, we have a different type of show here. This show, we let our audience pick the content. They get to put up the narrative that we talk about. Each person is going to get their own chance to speak their mind on everything that went down this week or whatever they want to talk about. Here at the Finn's Tailgate, we're here to listen. And that's what Late Night Exhale is about. You, the audience, get to express your feelings about anything that you want. All right. So to start everything up here, catching me on, I see what you did there. Before we start, let's bring that up. We'll get that out of the way.
Everybody knows what to do, don't they, Ali?
Yes. Hit the like button, hit subscribe. Make sure you also check out some of the links we have down below. We have the link for the Fanatics. I got my new hat.
Yeah, I see that.
My new hat here.
Fanatics?
Yes, I did, using the link, by the way.
Link in the description below?
Yes, I did. Yes, awesome. I did. And I also have a surprise that comes tomorrow. Actually, I'll tell you what it is. I get my new Tyreek Hill jersey. Arrives tomorrow from Fanatics. So,
wow.
Yep, I'm excited for that one.
Already available, or did you have to have it custom made?
No, it was already available. Shortly after we signed him, I think it was like 2 days later, they posted it where you could go ahead and order it. It had the number 0. They just didn't release them until it was official that he had number 10. That was
Wow.
the thing. So
So besides
um
Saturday night, man, where we can catch you, what else can we catch on the Fins tailgate?
what else can we catch on the Fins tailgate? Well, let's talk about that. We got Tonk 7 and TMI Tuesdays at 9, with Color as well. That's some good show, actually. I recommend watching it. We also got Color commentary on Thursdays at the Fins tailgate. So, yes. So let me tell you a little bit about this show and the setup of this show, everybody. We're gonna get into some very intimate conversations, one-on-one, with our callers once we drop the link. We're gonna talk about those things, and then after a little bit, we're gonna have a panel where we'll discuss some of the things we talked about. We'll let you guys decide what you want to talk about, and anything goes. All I ask is that everyone stay respectful and just have some fun. But before we get into that, there's some news that we have to talk about. There's quite a bit of stuff that happened this week. We'll recap some things that happened in the last 2 days that I found out about as well. Where to start? Okay. So Color, what do you think about the schedule that came out? I know the last couple days everyone's been speculating the wins, losses. Has anything changed your mind in the last 24 to 48 hours?
Not really. I think I made it very clear that
Mm-hmm.
yes, you want to look at it and you want to be mindful of the obstacles that it creates, but we as fans always get all excited about talking. Oh, what is that? Why do we get this and that? Oh no, bring it on.
Oh yeah.
Play it here, play it in Buffalo. Play it underneath a buffalo. I don't care. They're still going to get their medicine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to bring the smoke early. I wanted it early. We got the Ravens early. We got everyone early. That's how I like it. I don't like to play these games at the end of the season. You know what I mean? I'd rather get it done and over with, and then build from there. Has your mind changed about what game you're most excited for?
Not really. I
Not really.
I think I also just made it fairly clear as to what game I'm excited about.
Definitely. I know you just got your
Both of
tickets
them.
too. Yeah, I'm really excited for the Steelers game. That's going to be very interesting, not just because of flow, but also they have a very good run offense. They have very good defense, and they're kind of questionable at QB right now. We'll see what they do.
But a very well-run organization that's perennially a contender. So, you always have to be mindful of Tomlin getting his ducks in a row.
That's true. I'm excited. It's a Sunday night game. It'll be great. It'll be great weather. It's gonna be very interesting. I'm also really excited for the Browns game. We'll maybe get to see Deshaun Watson, maybe not get to see Deshaun Watson. The Browns usually have very good defense. They're pretty solid there. They have a good running game too. So that'll be really interesting to see what happens. Speaking of defenses, so Bleacher Report says that we have the 6th best defense in the NFL.
Isn't that interesting?
Did you hear about that? Yeah. People were saying, how are you going to stop the run game? Your defense isn't as good as ours, as some of our friends here in the chat may have said, especially about the Steelers. Well, the 6th best defense is going to be in that game. So that's why I'm excited.
Well, that's kind of interesting that you bring that up because, there's this link that I've got in my bookmarks right now, and I just pulled it up again because this subject comes up every once in a while. And it's just really ironic that you just told me that. And that the number that you used, 6. 6th best, huh?
Yes, 6th best defense.
That's very, very interesting. Because I just so happen to have this page that I've had it bookmarked since before the season ended. Okay, I'm going to see if I can pull it up here real quick. I know this is kind of spur of the moment, but this is kind of exactly what we're after. Like if the audience ends up going down this road and completely changing the direction of the show. That's exactly what Ali wants.
That is
So,
correct.
real quick, I'm going to pull this up. Okay, this is from our great friends over at ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
This is the NFL Football Power Index for defense or for offense and defense for 2021. This was a running scale all year, and now it's obviously finalized because 2021 is over. These are the final results. But what it illustrates is, if you notice, right here in efficiencies,
Mm-hmm.
and you look at, I've already sorted it by rank, okay, in if defensive efficiencies, and look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What number?
6. The number 6.
Oh wow, look at that! Isn't that
Definitely.
something?
And let's see, who do we play that are ranked slightly ahead of us here? We got the Buffalo Bills. That'll be a great week 3 game. And that week 1 game that we're going to be both going to.
I also want to point out, look who's number 7.
Yeah, that's a surpriser.
Look who's behind us.
Everybody.
So when you say when Joe Rose makes the statement that if you put so and so on our team with our defense alone, we'd be in the playoffs.
That's right.
Are you saying that if you took Matt Stafford away, they would still make the playoffs with that 7th ranked defense in efficiencies? Probably not.
So Dolphin Nation tweeted about
Thank you for
Xavier
that,
Howard.
Ali. I'm glad you used the number 6. That just
Definitely.
that really hit me right there.
That's the number of the day for our first show, number 6. In addition to it, Xavier Howard, according to Delvin Nation, is capable of a top-tier play at corner, while Byron Jones is a strong second corner with elite athleticism. Javon Holland was the 4th highest graded safety in the league per PFF. 4th graded. Wow. 4th highest safety. Yeah, our defense is elite, in my opinion.
What's this report? Did you hear any of this about PFF being under scrutiny for not being so? I mean, I know everybody has their.
Oh, that's actually something really good to talk about. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. So the rumor has it that players and some, I want to say coaching staff maybe, have come out and stated that PFF have accepted money to increase grades of players.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So now do we really trust? Do we really trust them?
Are you saying that PFF's grades, you know, what we consider their grades, like when we throw those out there, like, well, this player is graded 5, and we all think, oh, well, somebody must have used a whole bunch of stats plugged into an algorithm to spit out that number, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I heard the number that was that's been rumored. This is all alleged, by the way.
Who was telling us our offensive lineman was historically ranked bad, graded bad? Who was that was telling us all that?
There's quite a few people. Who do you have in mind, Culler?
Well, I'm sure one of them was you know, I hear that name thrown out there a lot for stats and measures and grades.
There's a lot of people that that doubt us, but I don't doubt us, and that's not what this show's about. I will say though, what we've just mentioned is what allegedly has happened. We're not saying that it has or anything. I have to put that out there. And I've heard that allegedly the amount that was paid is in the $50,000 range.
That's not much.
It's still quite a bit if you would think about how many people have done it, though.
In this day and age, that doesn't seem like a really hefty bribe. You know what I mean?
That's true. I mean, but then again, I don't know. I don't really know who or how.
Well, from the non-football standpoint, we have seen that. You know, that's what we saw in the gaming community with how they rated video games coming out. There was people taking favors literally favors for favorable reviews and whatnot before games came out.
Mhm.
The audience might know that as Gamergate, and that's really what that was. Same in the
Yeah.
comic book industry and a lot of few other industries. It seems like something that is starting to permeate our society, like at all aspects. You know what I mean? This idea that of pay to play, and you know, not that it's a new phenomenon, but it just seems to be just creeping everywhere now.
Definitely, definitely. All
Like, just
right,
so y'all know, Ali really ain't all that. I lied about everything. Sorry. Just kidding,
what?
man.
You're so funny, dude. All right. Let's see. What else? What else?
He's a friend of the family.
That's right. Friend of the family. Uh, so we signed Sony Michelle. At first, a lot of people were concerned that Mostert might not be able to start the season. From everything that I've found and I could recover, he's still scheduled to be ready for game one. Um, I think this was actually a tactical move. I think we were going to add this running back regardless if Mostert was healthy or not. I could argue that we may even have 5 running backs on this squad when it's all said and done. I don't see Sonny Michel as a camp body at all. What surprised me more than that, and actually kind of disappointed me a little bit, just because I would have saved the number for someone else that we could potentially get in the next draft. They gave Sonny Michel Ricky Williams' number. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. It almost makes you think that they feel a certain way about the guy that nobody really thought anybody felt about, Sony Michel. But we
Mhm.
do kind of have to look back at what he's done. I mean, maybe he hasn't been a standout bell cow back like everybody expected everybody to be. But he is a champion, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's what, two-time Super Bowl winner?
Yeah, I mean,
So,
he
you
wasn't
know,
necessarily a slouch in Los Angeles. They just didn't feed him the ball. But when they
that's
did,
true.
he did his job.
This is
So
true.
I'm almost wondering if we probably got somebody that's, first of all, highly intelligent, has experience of being at the top. Same with Tyreek.
Mhm.
You know, we could say that, oh, bringing in one good champion doesn't really matter that much as far as hey, we've been there before and we can guide the new guys and help them, run through, not be afraid of success and those types
Mhm.
of things. But now you got two and possibly more. I mean, let's go through our roster. I'm sure we've got
Mhm.
another one or two champions on our roster, so I'm really liking that aspect of it as far as bringing in the preponderance of people that have been there before. That's what
Mhm.
we've all called for. We look at all these other teams when our teams finish playing and we're watching in prime time or during the playoffs, and we're like, man, that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. How come we don't have that guy, that guy, that? How come we don't have that guy, that guy? You know, and so it's kind of encouraging that we're finally actually plucking those guys out, and not being afraid. I think that a spell a lot of teams fall into and fan bases fall into is this idea that everybody is used up. Everybody's a retread. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And we
yeah.
forget that so many times there's these people that we forgot started with another team.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and the other thing is like, you know, there's only like 1,800 positions in the NFL. I think it's like 17 to 1,800
I usually use the
positions.
number 1,500 because I think that's what it was said to me one time, like 1,511 or something like that. I could
Yeah,
be
it's
wrong.
around that range of
Yeah.
how many positions, and you have to
No more
imagine.
than 1,800 people become NFL football
Yeah,
players.
and you have to imagine year after year, all these people fighting for positions on teams.
We had almost 1,800 people in my high school.
Mhm. Yeah,
So it
that's what's
isn't
up.
surprising that not one guy on our football team that I knew made it all the way. The furthest we
Yeah.
got was Eric Lowe, who was a wide receiver at Auburn. and then went back home
Mm.
and coached the Lake Worth Trojans. Who's now I don't know if he's into coaching anymore. But yeah, that one guy, then that's how far he got. John Carney, kicker from Cardinal Newman. That was Captain
Interesting.
John's high school.
Pretty cool.
One guy in like 50 years, you know what I mean? A kicker.
Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, going through what these kids go through, going to Pop Warner and then going to high school and then off to college, and it's really hard. You're fighting you got to think about it. What these kids go through from when they start in Pop Warner and going forward, it's a roller coaster ride. They work so hard for one position. It amazes me how they get through it. It really does. And what I was trying to say before is the fact that it amazes me how, like, we forget about all these players and the roles that they could play on a different team than when they're already on.
Mhm.
I like a lot of the things that Sonny Michel does well. He allows the plays to develop in front of him. He's really good with yards after contact. After he bumps into somebody, he still runs forward another couple yards. You know what I mean? I
Yep.
like that about him.
Yeah, he is definitely a forward thinker, and that's kind of what I mean
Mhm.
overall with the intelligence and all that.
Mm-hmm.
He
And I think,
understands that the
yeah.
defense is trying to defend every blade of grass, and he's willing to take every single one.
Mm-hmm. And he also does very well in the pass catching,
Mhm.
out of the backfield. He does it very well with it.
Yeah, he's also maybe not a pure bruiser,
Mhm.
but catching the ball out of the backfield, that first corner that he hits is going to take it hard.
Yeah, that's what I've seen a lot in his highlights. I see him, playing the inside or the outside. I like the fact that he's not the fastest running back, but he seems to be fast enough to allow the play to develop and take the right route. It doesn't
Mhm.
matter if he gets 10 yards, couple yards, or takes it to the house. I see that in his
Right, he
highlights.
eats
I
up
can see
open
it.
space, even if he's not fast. He
Yeah,
just eats up open space.
definitely.
So as far as the number goes, to pump the brakes
Mhm.
now, since we sat here and adorned him the next Ricky Williams, you know what I mean?
You may have. That's a question mark for me, but that's
Well,
okay.
I like to go from one end of the extreme to the other, so a person can really get a contrast of both sides of
Mhm.
an issue. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
And
definitely.
so if I were to go to the other end of it, it'd be like, whoa, pump the brakes, everybody. Craycraft and Deadman got 85 and 83 respectively. I'm not sure if that means anything. You know what I mean? So in the 50th year anniversary of our undefeated season, it's
Mhm.
kind of odd that Craycraft and Deadman are wearing our two best wide receivers to ever play for us numbers.
Mhm.
Everybody else is in the teens. In other words, if you look at, I brought this up to you backstage a few nights ago. If you look at everybody that's considered playable, it's like, in other words, if you were to pick, 4 or 5 wide receivers in our group that okay, yeah, sure, any one of them might not make the team. But
Mhm.
if you were to sight unseen say who's making this team, it's going to be this set of 4 or 5 receivers that we have. It's not going to
Mhm.
be Craycraft and Deadman. I can say that. And all of those guys we're talking about, all of those other guys are all in the teens, every one
Mhm.
of them. And then you got Craycraft and Deadman sitting with 85 and 83.
Mhm.
I just thought that was kind of interesting. So when it comes to Sony Michelle wearing Ricky Williams' number, I don't immediately hold any water to it.
Yeah, I guess you're
But I
right.
also believe that Craycraft is a sleeper and is going to surprise everybody. So that's just also
Well,
that.
as I said last night, he could, in the right situation and the right routes, he could become this year's 7-Eleven. If you remember, we had a guy that was in here and he was always open. No matter what they did, he was always open. And, they still let him go. And that's that was kind of upsetting, to be honest.
Right,
Um,
right.
so we'll see. I think Craycraft is my wild card to make this final roster. So we'll see what happens with there. I don't think we're done yet with bringing people in. I think, and to go off to the next subject here, I think we could still bring more people in at free agency, or maybe somebody via trade, possibly. Um,
Do you think it matters at this point, though? Or do you think that's just for fanfare at this point?
well, my
I mean,
poker
I guess
self,
it always will help. I'm not saying it
yeah,
won't matter, but
yeah.
I honestly, oh
My
God, I don't
poker
know.
hand says if you're going in, you're going all in.
Well, I
That's
want to be this guy. I want to be a honk, bro. I really think I'm really impressed with what we put together.
yeah.
But
Don't get
it's
me
just
wrong.
so
It,
hard to go all the way,
mhm.
knowing that we felt the same way just about every year for the last 25 years.
Yeah. Here's the reality of it. I think that what they're doing is creating a foundation base that they already have the next guy up. They don't have to go
Well,
searching in the
that's the
middle of,
part that's making me feel like it's different, Ollie.
yeah,
That's
that's
the
true.
part that's making me think it's okay. You're a Dolphins fan. Be who you
Hmm.
are, and let's smash them Bills. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, basically, like I said, they're doing it already to where they already have the next guy up. This guy will already know the playbook. They will already know, what their role is and position and everything. They, oh, you're down. Okay, next person, no problem. That's what they're building right now, and they're ensuring it, at the same time. Now, is it a luxury? Some may say, yeah, if you added another receiver, it's a luxury. I don't know. I don't know if it really is or not. You know what I mean? We can only hold on to so many receivers. So who's the odd man out?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I can tell you
Well,
who I think.
there's practice squad, and then there's also the fact that a
Hmm.
lot of these guys will still be left around and not get picked up. And it's like, oh, we might be able to pick one of them back up off the street later on down the season.
There's a guy that we picked up
We
on
did
as
that
a
with Isaiah Ford a
yes,
lot.
and we brought him back like how many times?
What,
Like three
3
times.
times? And the
Yeah, we
guy
brought
does
him.
nothing but catch. Isaiah Ford is the John Jay of our football team. The dude
Yeah,
does nothing but catch the ball, but gets flack from everybody and is the first one to go.
yeah. He gets traded to New England and then comes back.
It
It's like
amazes me. Guy
it was
catches every
ridiculous.
ball thrown to
Yeah.
him.
Yeah. Here's a guy that kind of interests me. We got a undrafted free agent. I believe he played for North Dakota State, I think it is, or maybe it's Idaho State. One of the two. Tanner Connor. Let's talk about this kid. What was the comment? Put that comment back up there. Let me see that real quick. Or Tannehill. I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree with you. When someone offers you 2 first
That's
round
fine.
picks and then some, you're going to take that deal for Tunzel. Tannehill, he was kind of damaged goods at that point. He didn't get the surgery he needed. You know what I mean? And he kind of wanted out anyway. So it is what it is regarding Tannehill. But Tunzel, when you have somebody, that early in his career, they offer you multiple first round picks and then some, you're going to take it. And look what happened. We traded Tunzel and it created more first round picks. And then more people came here.
And to
Think
be
of it.
honest with you,
Mhm.
uh, I just because we didn't make the decision to do it doesn't mean we couldn't have plucked Tunzel right back from Texas and brought him back here if we so chose to.
Yeah, that could have been a very big possibility. But you also look at it, Tyreek was here because of the draft picks that we got from that deal. So, yeah, that's a deal you don't see. That's a Godfather trade, personally, that I call it, because when they make an offer you can't refuse, you don't refuse it.
Yeah,
So,
and we feel you, Sean. I mean, we can understand why you think that way. Sure,
yeah,
it's
I
understandable for you, bro.
I love Tunzel. I love me some
Sure, you
Tunzel.
like him.
Trust me. Definitely, definitely. If we
Something
ever bring
tells me
him,
that guy likes Laramie Tunzel, man. I don't know. It's just me.
if we ever brought him back, though, I would be like, "Here, man, give me a hug." You'd be open arms, to be honest. So
Great
I'm
dude,
cool with that.
absolutely. And
Definitely,
totally shafted in the draft the way he was. That was just nonsense. I mean,
yeah. So let's talk about Tanner Connor. Tanner
by the
Connor is.
way, before you go on with that,
Mhm.
uh shout out to all those supporting the cause to fight epilepsy and everything that causes it. On that note, Mr. Laramie Tunzel, Your gas mask video will live in infamy for those fighting with epilepsy. Thank you very much. So go
Yes,
ahead,
thank
Ali.
you. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for that.
And I'm dead serious. I'm not trying to make
Mhm.
a joke out of it, although it is pretty funny.
No, no, no. It's actually it is kind of, but at the same time, it's for good cause, and
Yeah.
I completely down for that. So definitely. So we were talking about Tanner Connor. This kid is 6'3", 230 pounds, ran a 4.37. Tall kid, wide bodied, fast. His broad jump was almost as long as Gesicki's when he was drafted in the second round or first round? When did we get Gesicki? The second round, right?
I
Mike
want to
Gesicki.
say,
When did we
yeah,
get
he could have
second
been
round?
first. I forget. God, we're probably like they're like, you Dolphin fans, you don't know when Jasicki was drafted.
It's been a while.
Hey,
Sorry.
hey, sorry.
Yeah.
When we try to remember where people were drafted, we usually look at the tape that they put on the field, and it's like, yeah, that guy couldn't have been drafted the first round.
Yeah. So kid is fast. He does a lot of things well. Very good catcher. Catches balls. In like a lot of the 50-50 balls. I've seen him catch stuff that I'm like, how did he catch that? Now he's not the type of guy that grabs it midair, single hand, but he tends to kind of use his body a little bit. That can be a flaw, but he does a lot of things well enough that I honestly think Mike Gesicki's time here might be limited. I'm not going to say that we're going to necessarily trade him. I just see his playing time may come down. I mean, we could definitely trade him. I mean, because we have two people that can do that what he does very well, actually.
Right.
So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? What do you think of Tanner Connor personally?
I mean, he runs a 4.3. That's pretty dang fast, man, for that, all things being equal. I mean, if
Four
all
three
things
seven.
weren't equal, then I wouldn't hold any water to it by itself, but
Mm-hmm.
all things kind of are equal. Plus, he's a pure wide receiver, right?
Yeah, and he's actually not quite a pure wide receiver.
I mean,
They're
that's what Idaho has him listed as. He's from Idaho, right?
Yeah, they have him as a receiver, but if you look at him, he's kind of big enough that I
Well,
could see him converted to tight end too.
well, I think there's something even more interesting to garner from this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna show it here because I want everybody to be able to see what I'm talking about.
Definitely.
Let's see here. We'll go boom, boom, boom. Does this guy look like a coach or what?
He does look like a coach. He really does.
Let me get the right view. Look at this guy. Does he look like a coach or what?
Yeah. Completely agree. He does look like a coach.
Like, what's going on with this dude? How old is he? He's like, let's see, he's 6'3". He's a senior.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't say how old he is on his bio page.
I'm finding out right now.
I mean, the dude looks like he looks older than Wes Welker.
A little bit. Let's see here.
That's hilarious. Or a Marine. Jay says, or a Marine. Yeah. Football coach. Yeah.
So look at this. So his freshman year, he was 185 pounds.
Wow. So he's put on some weight.
Yeah. His sophomore year, he went to 210. Junior, 225. His senior was 235 pounds.
Oh, Zaydan, you ain't lying, man. You ain't lying, by the way. I mean,
yeah,
they open it like 10 o'clock, bro. Just saying.
Anyway, all right.
Yeah. By the way, about Wes Welker's eyes, I don't agree with that statement. But
no, it wasn't just Wes Welker. If you actually
talk about a Dolphin fan, the dude's got aqua eyes, man.
if you actually watch the media availability with the coaches, I don't know what was there in front of them, but quite a few of them looked like their eyes were going to pop out their heads because they were like forcefully like keeping them open like it was a stare contest or something. I'm
Well,
like,
remember, keep in mind though, not all of them have spent a lot of time in the type of sunshine that we have down here, and that can
that's
tend to
true.
make your eyes look like that, after a while. I
That's
mean,
definitely true.
well, I mean, we'll let the audience decide. I've been here my whole life. I mean, look at them eyes. There was some torn up eyes. You know what I mean? Just saying.
I gotta keep my shades on, man. I gotta keep myself dapper like our coach. I expect him to come out on the field day one wearing a hat like this with the microphone, and then some fancy like some kind of silky shirt, some swag shirt or something. So that's what I'm expecting. I got the Cuban pants on, the white pants and everything. So
Well, I got a good one. Hold on. Keep going. Keep talking. I'll cue it up here in a second.
but anyway, that's what I expect him to come out, wearing. So, but anyway, so going on to what we were talking about, Tanner, I
Real
think.
quick, I got it.
Okay.
So courtesy of the Guardian. I mean, that's game footage. Look at them eyes.
Yeah, I think you might be right about the sun because there he's just like he looks like he's comfortable and just staring
They
off
don't
into
look as
something.
aqua.
No, they
I mean, it's
don't.
probably a night picture, but still. Yeah, so get this
Yeah,
Patriot off my
that's
screen. I don't know
true.
what it's doing there.
Anyway, to lead where I was trying to get us at. So we already agreed that they're not done. They're probably going to bring in a few more camp bodies, maybe a couple more people, from free agency or trade. What position of need do you think needs to be addressed that hasn't already?
Well, right now, the only position of need that needs to be addressed is one of depth, and it's got to be at center.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know. I guess maybe another CB, or another edge rusher, but that's just for depth. Again, I really think we're stacked. Like our main lead roster, if nobody ever got injured in the world, is good enough.
Mm-hmm.
It's just about filling those back pieces with guys that are 1Bs, which is the hardest thing to do. And is really the real game in the NFL is how many guys not only can you get, because you're going to have to find either rookies that are malleable that happen to be that good to be a 1B, or you got to find these good free agents that are the type that accept that role. And that's just so hard to find. The team that puts the most of those people together is the ones that are affected by injuries the least. They're the ones that have no sympathy for other teams when they talk about, oh, we were injured. I don't care. We still beat the Ravens' ass. I don't care how many of them had COVID. You know what I mean? Nobody's ever given us that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
What happened the year we had to have an early bye week because of the hurricane? We never got a bye week effectively that year. Nobody had any sympathy for us. They were all, hey, everybody else has things to deal with too. Okay, well, there you go. So look
at this year. This year we're like the second or third most miles traveled to games, and we're not even playing in Germany or England or wherever else outside of the United States that they want us to go. We're not even playing in any of those games, and we still are traveling more than 20,000 miles.
Right.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
And that's part of being, I mean, let's face it, even a trip up to Buffalo, I mean, we're all the way down. We're at the nipple of the country. I mean, we're out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely understand.
Believe it or not, we're pretty far away from everybody here in the southeast tip of Florida,
All right.
Look at a curved map of the United States. You'll see just how far out we are from everybody.
Definitely. For me, I'm going to give you some pushback on some of the positions that you named off. You said CB. Corner, yeah. I don't really see us having to add somebody. Maybe we'll add another, maybe somebody after June 2nd, like somebody that just comes in as a role player, just for depth. I don't really think it's needed. We have Byron Jones. We have Xavier Howard. We have Nick Needham. Speaking of corners, did you see what Sam Madison had to say about Noah?
I did, and I know you're about to remind us too.
Yeah, so he says that Noah's work ethic is through the roof. He's the first one in and the last one out at every camp, every session that they have. All
Did
right, that's
anybody ask him why he's been underutilized?
I don't really know. I have to find. I didn't really couldn't find much more than that.
I was just
Um,
hoping Sam would say something like,
mhm.
underutilized? I don't know. That wasn't me. Yeah, trust
For
me, we're
me,
gonna be seeing him on the field.
yeah, I think it was a matter of scheme fit. That why he's being underutilized. Uh, Not saying this is bad, but Noah, when he came out for his rookie season, he's actually not the fastest corner, right? I think
Mm,
he ran like a 4.48 or something like that, somewhere around that. Was his
4-4,
40-yard dash?
right?
It was a four
Well, you
four eight
can't
or
be
something.
slower than your practice wide receiver.
So the issue with him is he has to make sure that he gets himself in the right position. So his positioning needs to be coached up.
Getting his head around stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Because when he has the right position on the receiver he's covering, he looks very similar and plays very similar to Byron Jones. In fact,
Right.
I
So
think the
he's a good
outfit is very.
technical corner. He's just not really like
Yes. In
he
addition to it, the big knock that people say they have on, which is the same knock I have for Byron Jones, and this is why Byron Jones doesn't get as many interceptions than Xavier Howard does. Part of it, not all of it, but part of it. He doesn't turn his head around properly to, know where the ball's coming from. You know what I mean?
right, right.
So that in the flats, in the short yardage, he's really good. When you're getting over the top, he kind of gets a little bit lost because
He
if
seems
the
to
you have.
be in the right position though most of the time. Like you're saying, it's just a matter of
Mhm.
some fundamentals need to be honed.
Yeah, and that's actually something that I heard they've been working on, the first day of rookie camp
Well,
and
I mean, let's
the
be honest and
OTAs
let's
and
be
stuff.
fair. There's no shortage of fundamentals that need to be honed by other players on our
Mhm.
team too. So if we're being
Yeah.
patient, if we're going to be fair and patient, we have to be fair with Noah too.
Mhm.
If we've got the room, I mean, if we don't have the room, business is business. You know what I mean? If
Yeah.
he's number 54, I'm sorry, Noah. You know,
Yeah. I also think that center is a big position of need.
that was going to
Um,
be my go-to. I just didn't want to necessarily be so quick about it. But yeah, obviously,
mhm.
I don't think we're terrible at center. Again, I think it's depth.
No, but let's talk about the center position. So we did address it in the undrafted free agency, and we've already dropped the center we picked up. By the way, he failed his physical. I don't know if you heard about that, Color.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
The center we picked up in undrafted free agents, the 14 that we signed.
Uh-huh.
I'm hearing that we've already waived him because he could not pass his physical.
Uh,
Yeah, and from what I also heard, that the big knock on him is in the highlight reels, he was getting pushed around a lot. So, that really wasn't really addressing it, to be honest. There is a rumor. This is allegedly. I'm not saying this will happen or not gonna happen. I don't know. I just been tell you, but I've been told that we are looking to add another center veteran. And it's not necessarily somebody that is going to be very cheap.
well,
That's
I
what I've
think
been told.
I think somebody was saying in chat that our offer got turned down from what's his name?
Shredder?
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually I been told twice. He turned us down. There's rumors that he's considering retirement. There's other rumors. People are saying, "Oh no, he'll go to Minnesota," but supposedly nobody's really offering him top dollar money. So I think he's kind of thinking, I make enough money with the NFLPA and other ventures. Maybe I should retire. You know,
Right.
from what I understood, we were only offering him like 6 mil, and he wanted 13 mil. That's my understanding.
Right.
Um, so I mean, from my understanding, the reason that teams are being kind of cautious is because of his injury issues that he's had. So, we'll see. As a That's one way to put it. Makes me wonder what's worse, a Union turd or Amber Heard's turd.
Speaking of Amber Heard, JP did a call the Marlins game yesterday over at Miami Sports Fanatics. Shout out to Batman and Geo.
Definitely.
And man, there was no shortage of Amber Heard jokes. Man, it was great.
Oh man, that whole situation is crazy, right? Like, even I'm not even a lawyer, okay? Just so you know, let me tell you something, okay? Regardless of you being male or female, I'm against domestic violence altogether. I have to put that out. It's wrong, and it's sad that people have to go through situations like that.
That includes throwing things at your husband from the balcony.
Yes.
And make sure somebody else is up there with you when you do it. So when you try to claim you did it in court, the guy's lawyer can't come back and say, Mr. Depp, where did the vase come from? Well, it came from up there. Well, who else was up there? Nobody but her.
Yeah. So
come on, man.
Some of the stuff that has come out is so off the wall. Like, are you crazy?
Gotta love Depp's attitude in the whole thing. He's like, Mr. Rottenborn. Yeah. It's right here. Let me give me a second, Mr. Rottenborn. He's like making sure he emphasizes the lawyer's name every time he says it, like he's giving him respect by calling him by his name, but it's like, in that Depp accent, he's like,
it's like
Mr.
a pseudo-American and English
right now.
Yeah.
Mr. So Rottenborn.
There's a video people were making fun of because every single time he went to say something, the lawyer was objecting, like saying hearsay, whatever. So every time they'd ask him a question, he'd like start up, well, I went and did this, and then he'd turn and look at the Amber Heard's lawyer. Are you going to object? Like after every question, because before
he's playing it like a fiddle, dude. He knows exactly what's going on. Did you see?
This is the parts that make me laugh so hard. So Amber Heard's lawyer is cross-examining Johnny Depp, and he's asking questions. And he asks a question and then says, objection, hearsay, to his own question.
Wow. Is that what they taught you to do at the bar, Mr. Rottenborn?
Yeah, I don't know. It was just crazy. I'm not even a lawyer, and I'm like, did he really eject himself? Even the judge was confused, like you asked the question.
and how, as the law firm, how have you never watched enough Johnny Depp movies to know that you don't send your lawyer with the last name of Rottenborn up against Johnny Depp? Like, seriously.
That's
Mr.
true.
Rottenborn.
That's true.
I'll look right here, Mr. Rottenborn. Give me just a few moments, Mr. Rottenborn.
All right. On that note, let's see. How many likes do we have up in here? 34. We got 53 watching, 34 likes. Let's get that like up. I want to see more likes, and then we'll start all the fun stuff and drop the link to the show. So this is, again, welcome to our show, Late Night XL, with me, Ali, your host, and Culler. We want to give you guys an opportunity to maybe select the actual name of our show. This name is just temporary. I was thinking Late Night XL. Culler came up with an idea. What idea did you have for our title for our show?
I was thinking, I had just made the suggestion it'd be funny if it was Woosah.
Late Night Woosah. I kind of like it.
I like that quite a bit. So
I like both.
Now you're conflicted, and since you're conflicted, you need a little help from the audience, I hear.
Yes, so the audience is going to get to decide. Now, we are going to actually put a poll on my Twitter. I'm going to put that up here momentarily. And actually, if you want to put up my my name and my Twitter handle.
Yeah, I can do that. Give me just a sec.
So you can either find me by looking up Ali the Persian, but it's all one word. And actually, I can change that.
Lowercase, right. Okay?
Yeah, lowercase is fine.
Underscores? Or all
no
one word?
All one word, no underscores. I'm deleting them right now. Or you can look me up by @Ali Farbash, which is my last name. You can look it up either way.
Alita Persian. Yeah, matter of
Yeah.
fact, true story. The first time that we mentioned Ali in the chat up here live was a few months ago, and we
Mhm.
kept referring to him as Alita.
You guys are not the first. I actually
And you corrected us right off the bat. You're like, it's Ali Da.
see my other friends that I converse with a lot on YouTube is for a different sport, and they're in England, so I understand why they don't get the reference. But the Persian is kind of a ripoff of the Bears. I had a
Right,
lot of
right.
friends that were Bears fans, and they would say
He's
the
the
Bears.
Persian.
I'm
Ali,
the
you know
Persian. Yeah.
Ali, the Persian.
Yeah, so my friends have nicknames such as I'm the Persian, and there's some other nicknames. I have a friend of mine that he goes by calling him Bulldog and whatnot. So we all had nicknames, and as a kid, that's how that started. So yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna put up a poll on Twitter. I'm doing that right now. Let me
And
create that
everybody, make
poll.
sure you're liking and subscribing and sharing this video. Get the word out. We
Yeah,
got
actually,
54 of you watching and 2 on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch, come over, give us a subscribe if you're be so kind. Head over back to your favorite platform and watch. But we want to thank all 54 of you right now and counting for coming. Share the video and you'll get more people to come in here and chat with. So yeah, appreciate it. Thank you guys very much for that. You know, you do so much to make sure people know we're here. Ali is like, I'm sure Ali is quite humbled by the reception so far. You know what I mean? So
definitely, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone coming to watch the show. You know, this is our first episode. You know, me and Color have been so excited. We got a lot planned for more episodes and other stuff that we're going to be doing. Exciting times here at the Finn's Tailgate, let me tell you. I'm actually going to put this up for one day. Actually, we'll do. Yeah, the poll will go for a day and a half, actually. Hold on one second. What?
So that's the Twitter handle, and these are the choices. Either late night exhale or late night woosah.
Exactly. Here, hold on one moment here. I'm just copying the link to the show on my poll I'm creating.
And give everybody an idea how you want things to go when you first drop the link too.
Oh yes, we will have that rundown.
Cool.
We will definitely have that rundown. Okay. All right. So the poll is up on Twitter. So go ahead and vote there. I'm put it up for a whole day. So anybody that doesn't get to watch the show live, they can be part of it and get to put in their 2 cents on their vote. And then on the next show, we will actually announce what our new name is. That will be our official title going forward. And everybody has the chance.
And we're gonna censor it out of the VOD, so you have to watch live to find out. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, we will. That's the way I want to do
It'll
it.
still be in the title, bro.
Maybe. I mean, there might be some way around it. We'll do something special. We'll do something special for that. It maybe not exactly that, but
Right.
we'll do something special. So let's go down the. Let's talk about what else goes around here on the Finn's Tailgate one more time before we drop the link, and I'll go over everything as well. So let's get that out of the way.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
You're talking about reset. All right.
Yeah, reset. So we got Tonk 7 TMI Tuesdays at 9 p.m. with Culler and Tonk.
And I will try to be doing an open mic as many of those Tuesdays as I'm physically able to.
Yeah, definitely. Color commentary, the Finn's Tailgate on Thursday nights. There's some really good arguments lately. I liked it. Make sure you check out Fanatics. Use the link that you see in the description below. Get all your great team gear there. I got this new hat. Oh, yes, we can also order your Finn's Tailgate gear right there with the description below. You got sandals, beanie hat. The lady does not come with the hat, by the way. I know how some of you are like, oh, does she come with it? Unfortunately not, but Colors can't keep his eyes off her. We understand. Color. So yeah.
I mean, you know, That's South Florida right there, ladies and gentlemen.
That is
That's
correct.
all sunshine right there, man.
Florida tan. All right. So let's talk about what we got next. All right. So, what we're doing on this, what makes our show special is that we want everyone to have their moment of peace to express their feelings and talk about whatever they want. It can be something that happened this week in sports. Um, and it could be something that may be bothering you. It could be anything. We're here to listen,
Literally anything.
and no one's going to interrupt you in your few minutes of time that you have, except after you express your feelings about anything you want. Me and Color may have a question. We may give you a little bit of feedback or might push back on that's something you may have stated if we disagree, or but that's all it'll be. It won't we anything. You can have any take you want about anything. We're not going to judge you. You know, we may express how we feel about it, but that's pretty much how that will go.
Except for flat earthers. I'm just kidding.
Speaking about how we
We
express and
welcome
feel,
flat earthers.
before we drop that link, though, let's talk about something I almost forgot about. So speaking of like how we express feelings about something when we see something, this is a good reminder. Whenever you watch a video and you don't have all the facts, you should never assume. We all know what assuming does. It makes an ass out of you and me, right? So came out today, and I think it was on. I've heard it got reported by Joe Shad on Big O's show, right? That shortly after this video was posted with Tua and the Tua Gate video that everybody knows, where he underthrew. Well, it looked like he underthrew Tyreek Hill. Our video director has decided to move off to a different venture by joining the Chargers. Did you hear about this, Color?
No, actually, you brought that to me today. I had absolutely no clue that happened.
Yeah, so I heard that he decided to move on from the Dolphins shortly after he posted the video on the same day. Shout out to On the Fin Side with Paul and Brian. They brought it to my attention, and then later on I found out it was on Big O's show.
As far as the FinTube community, On the Fin Side, Paul Pickin and Brian Catt, they broke that basically for us.
Yeah, well, at least for me, I heard it was Joe Shad initially, but
right.
Yeah, that threw me off. I was like, "What? Are you serious?" And I haven't been able to confirm it yet because neither team have announced that. But that goes into my speculation that maybe they realized that not only the coaching staff that was hired by Flo may be part of the issues. Maybe some of the other stuff that goes on behind the scenes may need to be reset as well. Nothing against Mike Nobler, the former video director, but this was a pretty bad optic. I think it put an unnecessary optic in a positive situation that the Dolphins are getting themselves into. Look how happy we were when we got Tyreek Hill. It's positivity. We're signing.
Yeah, it basically
talent,
exacerbated a problem in the fan base, and that wasn't very fair to the fan base, to nobody involved.
Yeah, it really wasn't. And we're not even professional video photographers or people that do these types of highlight reels and videos to even notice that we already knew this was going to be a bad optic. You know what I mean? So whoever did the editing should have we can't use this and need to use a different film. That's what they should.
You've heard me from the beginning. What are you thinking, Dolphins? Really?
Yeah. And in addition, it was kind of odd how a lot of the other teams went out of the way to put out these great hype videos for the schedule release, and ours was just
I wonder if any of those teams were planning on doing that until they saw the opportunity to besmirch another team by doing that. You know what I mean? It could have been anybody. Yeah. It could have been somebody else besides us that made the mistake, and then everybody piled it on by putting out their puff pieces on their quarterback.
Yeah, I will tell you, the Packers. Dude, they shots are fired at the Dolphins.
Well, especially since they use the golf reference. I mean,
man,
if that ain't start.
Yeah, the Chargers one was really cool though. I kind of liked it. They did the whole. they basically did hats off to all the great animated animes and stuff. If you ever watch anime or manga and stuff like that, they used all of them. There was like I think I saw Naruto in there. There was Attack on Titans in there. All these great animated films and series and stuff that they tried to incorporate in their video, and it was pretty awesome actually. So
right. You
that
know
was
what I
my
think
favorite
is
one actually.
interesting
Mhm.
aspect to look at it like is like, this goes along the same lines as I've said as a joke before that, even if you thought Tua was trash, he's our trash. You know what I mean? And so we're basically rolling into this fight where everybody's like, ha ha, you got a bad quarterback. And we're like, yeah, so what? Now you got to beat us. And if you don't, you
Mhm.
just lost to a team with a bad quarterback. Not only
Mhm.
that, he's our bad quarterback. And if that's the worst thing about us, he's not that bad. So it's like, okay, if the worst thing we got is Tua needs to improve,
Mhm.
you better hope Tua don't improve if you're talking all that smack out there, people.
Oh
Just saying,
yeah,
Buffalo.
definitely.
Just saying, Buffalo. Yes, I'm talking to
Definitely.
you, Buffalo.
You tell him, Color. So
What happens if he ain't bad? Huh? Tell me that, Buffalo. What happens if he ain't bad?
yeah. My wife's family is from Buffalo, and they're Buffalo
Right?
fans, and I'm bringing my father-in-law to the Buffalo game. And I'm going to sit him right next because I got season tickets. I'm on the shade side with all the Dolphin fans. So he's going to be surrounded. And I said, "I'm not protecting you, just so you know." Anyway, I can't wait. That's going to be a great game. Let's see. All right.
And real
So,
quick, to address
mhm,
72 undefeated, real quick, he says, so is Omar lying or does two his teammates think he doesn't have the arm? Well, it's a case of, look, I'm not backpedaling. Everybody knows how I feel about our quarterback. It's just we're at a
mhm.
point now where it's like, this is what we got. And I'll be damned if anybody on another team is going to tell me anything about our trash. You know
You
what I
know,
mean? Like, if you're
speaking
telling me what you know about my trash, that means you're looking in
mhm,
my garbage can.
that's true. Speaking of um n- arm issue and players having issues with our quarterback, I think what Tyreek Hill did in putting out his own video spoke, you know, miles and miles of what they really think of Tua, right? It also can be used as a power move in a sense because I think what Tyreek did is he doubled down on two things. He doubled down that he's going to back up Tua, and he's on Tua's side of this. In addition, he doubled down that he's pretty much the best wide receiver in the NFL because it doesn't matter if you underthrow Tyreek Hill. He's been catching underthrown balls from
Well,
Mahomes,
this
Alex
is the same
Smith.
thing about Mike McDaniel that I said.
Mm,
It's out of
mhm,
Tua's hands. When it comes to whether Tyreek thinks that Tua is a good quarterback or not, it doesn't matter because he believes in himself so much that
mhm.
he thinks he can take Pat White and make him a star. So you're not
Yeah.
ever going to get that answer out of Tyreek. You're not going to ever get that. I don't support my quarterback fully. And this is why I believe it was as much a message to the organization as anybody else. Because look, if you're not going to if you're not, guys aren't going to stand up and
Mhm.
go out there publicly instead of all this backdoor Flores was an asshole and all this. If you're not going to go out there and do what it really takes to show the public that you're supporting your quarterback, then
Mhm.
I, as a champion, will. And that's what he did. And I appreciate Tyreek Hill 100% for that.
And I completely agree with you. And I think this is him putting that
And the
chip in
guy
his
with egg
shoulder.
on
And
his face just left to your report earlier.
yeah, and that's the truth behind it. I really feel like he's doubling down. I think the Dolphins should also hire Tyreek Hill's team as their PR team. To be honest,
Right?
Hey Amber Heard, Tyreek might be available.
Well, and it's not even something in like because at first when I made that take, everybody immediately assumed that I was saying it was intentional.
Hmm.
Tyreek just did what he knew to do right as a champion, as a person coming from a championship organization, emulating what that championship organization does and how they handle things. So he just did Tyreek, and it sent a message to the organization,
Mm-hmm.
in my
Yeah,
opinion.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
You know, like, who cares if he's not a great quarterback? If you all are the athletes you think you are, and you all are the coaches you think you are, same with Mike McDaniel, how he's like, yeah, I believe in Tua. And we all might laugh at him, but it's more that he doesn't, it's not that he believes in Tua, it's that he believes in himself that much that it doesn't matter who it is in front of on his plate.
Yeah,
He may be
everyone else may
wrong.
have it.
He may be
Everyone else.
wrong, but that's for him to have egg on his face later, you know?
Yeah, and you heard what RG3 said in his interview, right? That Tua threw more 25-yard plus passes and was the best in college history to do it than any other quarterback in college history, right? So when you have somebody saying that about you, then he knows you can do it. It's a matter, there could be different things. The hips are a huge thing when throwing the ball, and having a hit coming back from a hip injury, that can take some time. So, all right, that's enough about that stuff. We'll get into that next time.
Oh,
Let's
we weathered
actually
it, bro. We weathered the Tua talk, man.
we weathered it. Sorry. Yeah, enough of banter about Tua. I support my QB and the great name or great words of T.O. It's my quarterback.
Yeah.
And
And
I'm
I
going to
have
support
never
him
wanted to be
to the
so
very end.
wrong in all of my life. I've never wanted to be this wrong.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird, hard thing to reconcile in my head, after at my age. It's like,
Yeah.
I
And
want
here's
to
the
be
thing.
wrong. I really do.
Here's the other thing. What
I've never wanted to be wrong more in my life. Put it that way.
Yeah, people something actually came out I heard earlier today. And this will be the last thing before we move on to dropping the link, okay? Um I heard that Tua was on a more of a leash than what most rookie QBs in their first and second year are than any other. In fact,
Ironically, that I'm willing to take into consideration because that actually fits what I know about Flores's personality.
and here's the
Oh
thing,
my
I
God.
also heard, speaking of flow, because that's where I'm going with this, it came out that, and this actually may have come out before, but from my understanding, it's been proven that flow was in Tua's ear the entire time, telling him what he wanted him to do with the ball. So some of the throws and some of the areas of passing was based on a coaching decision on what they wanted to do. Who do you fault something for like that for? Do you fault Flo for that, or
Yeah,
do you fault
ultimately,
Tua for?
ultimately. See, I've never been one that can't agree that Flores has faults.
Mm-hmm.
My only issue is that we throw that out with the bathwater and we don't throw other people who have faults out. We give them deference. That was my only issue to begin with.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, absolutely. I would put that on the coach. I don't think he
Yes.
was necessarily thought he was wrong, or like, I don't default to that being a wrong move to make.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, it was. It's
I
like,
gotcha.
it's like if you push all in with pocket aces and you get cracked, that was the wrong move. But nobody would have told you that was the wrong move when you did it.
Interesting.
And
Yeah,
people
I
can't, and I'm not saying that's how it is either. I'm just saying that that's a possibility that we have to give deference to and just quit beating the dead horse on floor. In other words, we don't need all that for McDaniel to be what he's going to be or Tua to be what he's going to be. Those guys need to make that happen. Tua needs to make that happen.
Yeah, it's on
And
Tua to
none of
be the
Flores's
QB.
faults are going to make
Yeah.
Tua improve, is what I'm saying.
I do agree. It's on Tua to show us that he can be the quarterback and can put out the productivity that we expect him to do, and it's on McDaniel to be the coach that he wants to be, and where we want him to be
And
as
if
well. It's on
Flores
him.
went out and kidnapped a bunch of children and enslaved them and whatever, and had this all going on in the background, you know what I mean? That still has nothing to do with, like, there you go. Okay, now we could say, well, yeah, but even that is not going to make Mike McDaniel or Tua better.
Mm-hmm.
You could put Flores right next to Satan, and Tua and Mike McDaniel are not going to be better or worse than what they're going to be.
Gotcha. All right.
But
You
that's
ready for this? I understand. Definitely.
nuance, you know.
You know. All right. You ready for this? We're gonna get the audience involved finally. So again, let me give you a rundown of what we're doing. We're going to be dropping the link. Go ahead and click on it. Get into the backstage. Color will be bringing you on one at a time. We're going to give you a few minutes to express your feelings. Get down and close whatever you want to talk about. Doesn't matter if it's about the Finns, sports, something else that happened, whatever you want to talk about. We're here to listen. We may ask you questions. After a while, listening to a few people, we'll see where we're at, who we have in the backstage, and then we will bring you all on as a panel where we can debate some of these ideas or content or whatever it may be, whatever you guys want to talk about, whatever topics you guys bring up, we will get to talk about them. All right.
And everybody says we'll keep it under control, but trust me, we are on this one, guys. And for those that kind of like to, dip out right when the panel starts, stay tuned till after, because we got one more segment that we're going to lead into the next week with that you cannot miss, and it has to do with let's say deeper talk about and more speculative talk about who might be who. I'll let Ali segue that in whenever he chooses to throughout the show, but stick around. We got one more segment after the panel.
And yes, after the panel, there's definitely one more segment that you're going to want us to stick by for. That will be a continuing segment.
That being said, we don't expect the panel to go to 2 a.m. like they normally do. So keep that in mind too. It's not going to be like you don't have to wait all night.
No. All right. So did you drop the link?
Yeah, link's already dropped. We got, looks like we got, and I'm going to guess that's, the avatar doesn't add up. Here, hold on. Let me drop the hashtag real quick so I can see names.
Dolphins are America's team.
I want to say that's EM Baller by the avatar.
No, it's Greg, bro.
Greg. Gotcha. Greg Fontaine.
What's up, Greg?
Right?
How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Doing really well. What's on your mind?
I wanted to talk about the Dolphins schedule real quick.
Okay.
I feel like we should have more primetime games than we do, but we haven't earned any primetime games really yet. The reason why I'm upset about it is, I don't know if you guys know, I live up here in New England country, and it makes me upset seeing my friends and other people getting hyped about these Patriot primetime games, and I gotta watch my Dolphins play at Sunday at 1. But hopefully this year we can prove it. What I want to say about the schedule, week 3, I think we'll be 1-1. That Bills game is going to be a very crucial game for the season for me personally, because if we get blown out by the Bills, I will 100% say the season will be over. Because even if we make the playoffs, getting blown out by the Bills again, how are we going to beat the Chiefs, the Chargers, and all these teams if we can't keep a consistent close game with Buffalo? But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
So, Color, I'm going to go first, and then I'll let you interject as well, okay? Greg. So, I definitely hear your concerns about the Buffalo game. I definitely see why your concerns about how you want more primetime games. And I agree with you. But I don't think we're going to be 1-1 when we go to play Buffalo. I have us 2-0 when we go to Buffalo. And I'll tell you why. We mentioned earlier in this show that the Dolphins have the 6th ranked defense according to Bleacher Report. The number 6, right? And if you go back and watch the Buffalo games, both of them, we actually were keeping up with them for quite a bit. In fact, the first game, we actually had chances to score that we could, we wouldn't have been blown out. The issue is that the offense couldn't stay on the field long enough to give the defense a break.
Yeah. No, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, so now you're going to have a different situation. Now we have an improved offensive line, and I don't think we're done with our offensive line at all. I think we're going to bring, another person in, as I mentioned earlier. And we also have way more weapons that we didn't have before. We have Tyreek Hill, we have Cedric Wilson. We have an Izakama, which is I have actually pretty high on him, to be honest.
Yeah.
We have actually somewhat of a running game. We have Mostert, we have Sony Michel. Who else is going to be there in the running game? That's we'll find out. Could be Caskins. It might be Savon Ahmed. We don't know exactly who the third running back will be, but we have weapons, and that's something we didn't have before. Look at the receivers that Tua has had to deal with in some occasions. Devontae Parker couldn't stay on the field long enough. I think there was a time when we had to pick up Isaiah Ford again, and I think we had at one game, I think it was that we had nothing but practice squad receivers. It was pretty bad. Oh, and don't forget about Lynn Bowden. I think Lynn Bowden's going to blow up this year too. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens. I think that the offense, if they can stay on the field longer and control the clock and get the running game going, I think that defense can stay on par with the Buffalo Bills, and those games are going to be much closer. I'm not going to say that we're going to win both of them. I think we're going to split. That's my prediction. I think we're going to win the first one, but we're going to lose the second one with Buffalo. But I wouldn't necessarily say that we're going to be 1-1 when we go there. I'm not as high as everyone else on the Ravens, regardless if they have people coming back from injury or COVID or whatever the case may be. That's my own opinion. Culler, what do you got? What do you think?
Well, I think that if we're talking about losing to them at all, which I don't relish the idea of doing, I'd rather actually lose the first game. Because I'm really weary about winning the first game, especially if it's in a big fashion, and then being fooled into thinking that maybe they weren't throttling us or something. You know what I mean? And then just getting smashed in the second game. So I'd actually rather lose the first game, know where we're really at, whether we played respectable in that loss or not.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think we could feel more comfortable going into the second game that we actually are contenders. That being said, it's just as easy to beat their ass both times. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And to answer your other concern about the primetime games, we have to make the playoffs. You want more primetime games, you have to make the playoffs. You have to show that you're being competitive.
Right. And
so regardless if we lose the first game against Buffalo and we win the second, we still make the playoffs. The playoffs should be the goal. I know no one wants to win the Super Bowl more than I do.
And keep in mind that we do have a TBD game.
Yeah, that is true.
Later in the year, which could easily be flexed to prime time if we earn it.
And I think I think that was done on purpose just for that. Mm-hmm. So we could actually get another primetime game out of it.
But to your point, Greg, you are right. I mean, if we don't play respectable against the Bills, then what's the point? Because that's going to ultimately be our obstacle or our hurdle, whether it's them or somebody like them down the road in the playoffs. So you're absolutely right that that's our litmus as far as whether we're an actual championship contender or not.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, the only reason why I'm concerned with the Dolphins this year, the reason why I'm not saying, oh, they're going to go 14-3 and whatnot, it's the Dolphins. They always let me down, and it just I don't know if I should be hyping up, buying in the hype right now, because they always let us down.
Yeah,
go ahead, real quick. Go ahead, Ronnie. Run with it. Run with it. Everybody will come back here, watch the show, and know exactly what I actually said. So I actually said I'd rather we beat they ass both times. Clip that too.
I would love if we beat Buffalo both times because I really hate Josh Allen.
I understand. A lot of people think that there's been speculation if Skylar Thompson's going to actually make this team or not. But I think that everyone that we've drafted, everyone that we brought in, regardless if they're undrafted, free agency, doesn't matter, they have a role to play. And I honestly can see us keeping 3 quarterbacks on this team. I can see it done. And if you look, Skylar Thompson does some things that we don't really have from Tua or Teddy Bridgewater. You know what I mean? So I think we're going to be competitive. I think the AFC East is kind of, it's going to be one heck of a time. You know, we're gonna have to wait and see. We'll know more once the preseason games come around, but we'll definitely, I'm excited still.
I don't get me wrong. I'm excited for the season. Tyreek Hill,
Mm.
Terrell Armstead, but it's just the Dolphins always let me down, and I gotta watch us on the play when the playoffs are on, and I see the Patriots, and I gotta listen to my friends bug me around about it.
Do you really think the Patriots are gonna make the playoffs this year?
I don't think so, no. But if like last year, for example, I thought we were gonna beat Tennessee, and then we're gonna end the Patriots playoff dream.
Yeah,
Right.
there's a reason that the Miami Dolphins most how do I put this? The person in the media that hates the Miami Dolphins more than anyone else is on the herd on Fox Sports, Colin Howard. He actually ranks Tua above, Mac Jones and Zach Wilson. The fact that he does that tells me that nobody really has faith in the Patriots anymore. I personally, they didn't really bring anybody else to wow me. They traded for Devontae Parker and claims he's a Pro Bowler. I wouldn't worry so much about the Patriots anymore. I think it's going to be between Buffalo and Miami for the division, no matter what. So,
yeah.
Got anything else to add, Color, before we move on to the next person?
Not really. For the record, I'm not calling for our team to lose to the Bills.
No, we are true Miami Dolphin fans. We're going to ride and die with
somebody
our
out there
friends.
said it was going to happen and gave me the choice, I would want it to be the first time we faced them. That's all I said.
Definitely. But anyway,
I'm going 20-0. I don't know what all these people are talking about. Ali's on record as saying we're going 20-0.
On video, it's the receipt is in. We're gonna go 20-0. That's my thought process. So let's be honest. My realistic prediction is that we're gonna go 14-3. Okay, and I can give you arguments on every single game on how and why we would win.
Yep.
Right. The only games I'm worried about is the second Buffalo game because I have that as an L. One of the two California games. It's either going to be San Francisco or the Chargers that we might slip up. Right. And the only reason for it, in my opinion, is because of the time change, and you have to do it back to back.
I give the Chargers a better shot at that than the 49ers.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I'm leaning more like that.
Herbert, right? Justin Herbert's going to have a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah. And the third loss for me is it and it happens always. Every year we have that one team we don't expect to lose to that we always put the W in already, and we end up doing something stupid and
Right.
losing.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to lose to the Lions.
What was that? Sorry?
I feel like we're going to lose to the Lions this year.
Oh, please don't tell me that.
I've been telling people not to sleep on the Lions, man. I get your feel there, bro.
Aiden Hutchinson's a beast. Well, we got Trevor Armstead to block him, so.
Yeah, they also have a decent run game. I believe it's Swift they have as a running back, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's actually really decent. They can run. They actually
decent receivers too.
Yeah. And I think they play who do they play on Thanksgiving?
Bills.
Lions play Bills?
Yeah.
That's going to be a big game. Lions, for whatever reason, on Thanksgiving, they come to play. I don't know what it is, but they come to play.
See, they dropped us a little gem there, Greg, because we can root for our old interim coach, Dan Campbell, to beat the Bills.
Yeah.
That's right, Dan Campbell. You guys ever see him? He used to lean over the podium and he was looking down at you. What do you got? with the big guns, he's like, yes. He was like that rah-rah coach that, with the muscles and everything and looking down at you. It was kind of weird, but it was kind of cool at the same time, Anyway.
Before you go, Greg, everything going well at home, bro?
Yep, everything's going good.
Awesome.
Just excited.
Great.
I can't wait.
Stay in the back if you want to join our panel. Definitely. We'd like to have you.
I'm probably going to go to bed soon, so.
Yep.
I got you.
Your choice. We're just letting everybody know because we're going one by one. We'll still bring anybody else back for an overall panel when we're done with that.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna work at 8 in the morning tomorrow. I gotta
Right
go
on,
to
man.
bed. I gotta get up at 7.
Well, as the old saying goes, from one Floridian to another, don't work too hard.
I'll try
Definitely.
not to.
Well, thank you
'Cause
for
we
coming
don't.
to our first show and listening and everything. We really appreciate it.
Alrighty, have a good night, guys.
You too,
You
bud.
too.
Thanks.
You too. All right. Who do we got next?
We got an OG and a 2 in here.
I'm an OGEM and I'm a tuner. All right, man. How's it going?
Hold on 1 second. I got to go away. Sprinklers just had to come on right when y'all put me on.
Good timing, Culler.
I blame Color for that one. But yeah, my user, I put that name in because EM Dolphin fan is upset that I'm not a Tuaneer, but I am more of a Tua supporter. And he says, oh, you give my EM name a bad name or something like that. And we don't know who came up with the name first because I've been on YouTube for a while. So,
well, guess what, EM? You got the floor for about 3 or 4 minutes. Ali and I aren't going to say a word, bro.
Yeah, so
You got it,
whatever
man.
you want to talk
Here's your
about.
shot.
It's on you.
If Dolphin fan wants to come up and retort for his own 3 minutes by himself, he's more welcome. I like this is exactly what we want to create here. We don't want nobody fighting each other. We want people to be able to say their piece. If anything got taken out of context in chat, not all of us use emoticons, so things can get misunderstood. Bingo. So you got it, bro. What are you giving? 3 minutes, Ali, or?
Yeah, 3 or 4 minutes. Let's see what you got. What do you want to talk about? Whatever you want to talk about. It doesn't have to be football.
Well, I mean, it's gonna be football. I'm not a Florida Panthers fan, so yeah,
that's all good.
The Dolphins are gonna be a playoff team. I'm excited about this team. Our offense is gonna be so much improved, which is something that I'm looking forward to. And we're getting some respect from some people that are I'm not going to say media heads, but personalities like Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith. Like, obviously, they're personalities. They don't really pay attention to any teams except for the Cowboys. So, but yeah, from actual football fans, we're getting some respect out there. So I like to see it, but we got to do it on the field. Like the other person said, this team has disappointed us, but so have the Bengals forever. But they broke out, so why not us?
Mm-hmm. This is definitely true. We've, in my opinion, we've showed up, and now we have to prove it on the field. You know what I mean? We've showed up. We brought in these players. We have a new offensive mind. And I like how Tyreek Hill and even Teron Armstead and some of the other players we brought in, they're leading by example. They said, "Hey, just because we may have had the rough quite a few past years doesn't mean we can't come in and still be confident." And I like how the confidence is dripping off of everybody, if you want to call it that.
I really like how the players are sticking up for Tua. People who sit on their couch and just the only exercise they do is fingers on the keyboard, and the players that are actually with Tua, are telling them to chill out. Tua is the guy. So I trust them over people on Twitter that just type and type.
Mm-hmm. And that's absolutely true. I mean, you think about it. We're the Miami Dolphins. We're not the Miami Tua or Miami Josh Allen or whatever
the
team it may
because,
be.
Because everyone wants to make it seem like the quarterback. The big reason why we're not getting respect is because only of the quarterback. But I mean, look, it's a team sport. Like Bleacher Report, says our defense is pretty good, and we got so many offensive weapons. So I mean, come on.
Yeah, this is absolutely true. I mean, I agree with you. I'm not like, okay, I'm going to be honest. I am neither a supporter or a disliker of Tua. I try to keep it fair. If you're going to call out his deficiencies, that's fine, but also recognize the great things that he does positive, right? And I think he's a good quarterback and can be a great quarterback. I think he does a lot of things really good. I think that he has elite footwork is elite, and his pocket presence can be really good. It does need a little bit of improvement, but it's something that's very coachable. You know what I mean? And to be honest, let's be fair. I think some of the stuff that he's had to go through, and not just from the team, not just from the media, but even fans like us, what they've pushed at him and the narrative that they've created and stuff, it honestly, it's kind of unfair. It's actually unfair for any, quarterback, to be 100% honest. Unless you've been in this league for 10 years and, maybe you're Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I kind of feel that it's kind of unfair to Tua only being in the league 2 years. You know what I mean? In one of the years, he didn't even get to play preseason or have minicamp or OTAs or anything, and he still did pretty decent under all those circumstances coming back from a major hip injury. Would you disagree? Would you disagree at all?
No, I don't disagree. I mean, back in the days, we used to give quarterbacks a couple of, like, 3 to 4 to even 5 years to, progress and get better. And people want to say that, oh, the hip, and the ribs are excuses. It's not an excuse. It's context. I mean, if you saw when Tua got his ribs broken, I mean, Jesse Davis was blocking air. He's like, wait, where'd the defender go? And then boom, Tua's on the ground with his ribs, holding his ribs. So I mean,
can we just say that the lineman did that? I mean, just in fairness, can we just say that the lineman did that? For once in our lives, can one two-in-ear say that? Just once.
What do you mean that the lineman did what?
That the lineman missed the block.
He did miss the block.
He did miss the block.
DB put his helmet into his ribs.
He did.
Yeah.
Or the D end or whatever he was. Linebacker.
Yes. Right.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Because Tua threw those interceptions.
Yeah.
That's true. He did throw those interceptions. You're right.
But I don't,
right.
You know what I mean? It's like
Tua's got to get better. We all know that.
And so did Jesse Davis.
Well, I mean,
Jesse Davis does need to get better, but I kind of
got no knees.
He has less deference because he's been here for so long. That I get. But to continue to hammer this idea that a quarterback deserves a billion years and all this deference because one lineman gave up a block that got him injured. We got to stop that nonsense, man. We really do.
The O-line as a whole was really bad. The only bright spot was Robert Hunt. And
the quarterback as a whole was really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think Tua was bad. I just don't think he was as. Well, I think he took a little lead, but bad. I think he was decent. But he's definitely got to get better, though.
Yeah,
I get it.
Culler, I think
and I'm all for that. You know what I mean? I just want people to understand that when they're out there saying it's a team sport, first of all, every quarterback has had to deal with these things, different things, but these things. And no, it's not an excuse. And no, we don't need context. We need the man to do his job.
Mm-hmm. See, my thing with it is that I don't necessarily want to say it was all Jesse Davis's issues on the lines that caused the most problem. I could argue that the center position, was abysmal at most.
Especially when Dieter was out.
Yeah, and with all the stunts that were happening, literally everything was coming up the middle. There was no room for Tua to even move up or in the pocket to make the proper intermediate throw. For between 10 yards and 20 yards. You know what I mean? There wasn't really time. And the video...
See, I'm actually agreeing with you that there is unfairness going on to Tua, and there has been since the start. Mm-hmm. This idea that he needs excuses. How do you think he feels about that? Have you all even stopped to think that for a second?
Well, Tua's a class act. He's not going to say give any excuses.
So why does he need context? He just needs to do what's on his plate.
I don't think that he needs context. His what he stated was that other people that just want to hate on Tua just for the fact of hating don't use the context in the right manner. I think that's
what I'm saying. People are saying Tua did this and that, this and that without context.
Because I know I've tried to foment a different image over the last few months, and I'm trying to take it down. You know what I mean? I really, really want this man to succeed. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I just don't think that the way people in the fan base have handled things do anything to help him.
Yeah.
And so to those people you're talking about, I don't disagree, but there's just assholes everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I take a little pushback on people comparing Tua and Tebow because they're Christian. Like, I don't know if Tua gets hate because of that, but the difference
That's
between
even news to me. I didn't even know I didn't even know that was one of the things.
Yeah, they
you know what I
actually
mean?
he gets compared to Tebow for that fact a lot. Color.
Yeah,
I mean, I
but
can agree a little bit, but I didn't even know the man was that like that, like Tebow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. So I
Yeah.
had no idea.
Yeah, but the difference between that is that Tua is actually accurate. Tebow, if you actually watched him play, I mean, he was a
Right.
terrible passer. So
Great
I guess
runner,
it just
not
falls.
good pass.
It falls along the lines of, look, and I keep saying it. Our stadium can fill almost 80,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
At least half of those don't even know how to use YouTube.
Yeah.
They look at what's on the field and they see a quarterback, and given what we've experienced for the last 25, 30 years, they are not happy.
And I would agree with that. Tua definitely has to get
that doesn't mean that everybody's shitting all over the court. That doesn't mean that Tua has any different obstacles to face and overcome than any other NFL player.
Mm-hmm.
He's a grown man.
Yeah, and that's my problem with these Tua nears and Tua haters. Like, they're so far on one side. Like, can't we just say Tua's got to get better and that he could possibly be the guy?
You see what I'm saying? That how it could be like now all of a sudden that's what's not fair to him. They're the ones objectifying him.
Mm-hmm.
And when Ross calls down from upstairs and says, I don't care what the circumstances is, I want my toy on the field, that's objectifying him.
Mm-hmm.
But we just excuse that and move on. We don't talk about it for weeks on end like we have Flores and all his faults. We don't say that Ross came down to the field and beat Tua's ribs with a Buffalo Bills helmet.
Yeah, the best we could do is just move forward, look at this upcoming season, and hope for the best.
Right,
See if Mike
as
McDaniel,
I said, it makes no difference whatsoever. All that stuff makes no difference whatsoever as to what Mike McDaniel or Tua is going to be or not going to be. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, especially with the talent we've added. Like, it's a completely different team. So
right now, where you and I agree on is that we want that to be the best.
Yeah.
And so for the part about the team supporting Tua now and all that, hey man, this is the whole thing. It's out of our hands. It was out of our hands when the organization made a decision, and now it's out of our hands because whether it's something, the team is the team, and they have decided to go all in with their quarterback and all of that. So it's like, who am I to, like, I would literally now not be a Dolphin fan if I went against that. You see what I'm saying? I'm not stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that Greer has some hindsight to say, hey, Tua might not be the guy. So we got 2 first-round picks, and we got all these personnel that will be here for a few years. So
now we'd be pretty boring if we didn't point that out, right? I mean, wouldn't this show be kind of boring if we didn't point little things like that out?
Mm-hmm. Frank Smith
we take a lot of heat for pointing those little things out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I agree with you. I think Greer has definitely hedged his bets.
Yeah, I think Frank Smith came out recently. Even the coaches are starting to say that they can really see Tua commanding this offense. So I
didn't hear that last year. So that's a breath of
we
fresh
never
air.
heard anything about what the QB can could or could not do at all. Everything we heard of what he couldn't do or what the issues were was all second backdoor, messages that were being leaked out. Now they're actually talking. They're allowed to talk to the media. They're talking about all the positives that they've seen, and regardless of, the issues that we may have had last year with, accuracy or knowing the playbook or whatever it may be.
Well, I'm hearing, let's be honest, focusing on the negative didn't get them in the NFL. You know what I mean? So credit to them and their personalities and psychology. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't really think they would double down if it's all psychology. You know what I'm saying?
No, what I meant was, and I'm not saying they're just falling back on that as a crutch. What I'm saying is
Yeah.
like these men are very, very fair-minded people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so when it comes to, hey, and they're all millionaires. So when it comes to their concerns about, oh, next year, yeah, some of them have those concerns, but they also know it's up to them to help that along. Let's say if there is a detriment at quarterback, you see what I'm saying? In other words, you got the hand you've been dealt. Win with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and both Frank Smith and Darrell Bevel can also see that, hey, if we can make Tua into a franchise quarterback, then that'll help our future jobs as well, you know?
And at the very least, he's salvageable. And this is a point I actually made to my mom as a joke at dinner earlier. We're trying to procure some tickets for opening day. And right after the schedule got released, you could already go to Ticketmaster and just about every seat was taken. And that, like, there's no value. Like, everything is ridiculous expensive, even the upper deck. Right. So we went on StubHub. We're looking all at, we're trying to hone ourselves into the right best value spot, and all that. And the subject came up about the fact that they're so scarce already. And I thought, well, I think that's because the marketing department has actually done such a good job of selling season tickets that these tickets, they didn't sell out. It wasn't like there was a bunch of people waiting on the trigger when the schedule came out. These tickets were already gone, which means they're probably mostly season tickets. And that to me was like, wow, it's never that scarce when I go to look to buy tickets.
Just so you guys know, thank you for bringing that up, Culler, real quick. Just so you guys know, if you are looking for tickets, and I know the concerns are that on Ticketmaster the price is quite expensive, me and Culler found the same similar tickets in the same sections for almost half the price than what Ticketmaster had on StubHub.
Yep.
And they're still available, even if you don't mind the sitting up in the nosebleeds with me. I'm in section,
or even take hours to search on that map, because you'll have a seat that's almost the identical type of seat, and it'll be $500 more than the other one. It's crazy.
Yeah. So it doesn't. It's just so you know, if you've never been to a Dolphins game, that stadium is set up so well. It doesn't matter where you sit. You have an amazing view. The nosebleeders don't feel like nosebleeders at all.
Absolutely.
So I would suggest, if you are trying to go to the game, especially the first game, I'd really appreciate it, because I don't want those tickets sold to New England fans. I want it sold to Dolphin fans, because it's a home game. All right. Go to StubHub, pick up your tickets now. Like you said, they're going fast, but their prices
StubHub
are
still got a
better.
couple back section nosebleeds for like as cheap as $70-something. So,
yeah, that's why it was like $65, and then
let them block us out. It's 9/11.
Yeah.
The game's on 9/11. It's the Patriots.
Yeah.
We cannot let them block out our
Illuminati.
All right, you got anything else for us, man?
No, that's about it. I'll be in the background.
Yeah, definitely. Well, glad to have you on the panel and everything.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Buddy, I
And
appreciate you
go
letting me
Dolphins.
grind at you, buddy.
No,
Yeah,
you're
definitely.
good. We basically agree on a lot of stuff. Some things we disagree on, but it's all, good talk. Other than, I'm not going to mention his name. Yeah, I will. Ian Dolphin fan. Yelling is not.
You're at least one of our. You're at least one of our OGs. So we love you, man. It don't matter how much I might disagree with you.
Yeah, that's fine. But we all want the thing is we all want the same goal. We all want to win. That's
right.
Unless you believe the worst in people.
Yeah, I mean, some people who I feel are Dolphins fans, sometimes I'm not sure, because it feels like they want us to lose.
Again, like I said, there's always assholes in the bunch, man. There's always people that are
Everyone's
just
got
assholes
one
in anything they deal with.
Oh, and I got a quick question before I go. Ep says that we're gonna win 6 games. What do you think? Over or under a 6 game?
Over. You take that over bet all day long.
Who put us at 6-0? What?
Eps.
Vegas has us at 8 games.
Oh, come on.
I'd rather trust the Vegas line than I do Ep.
Eps. I know you better than that, dude. We've argued a little bit, but most of the time we agree. You can't be serious, bro.
That's crazy. I'm going. I like I said, I'm sticking with my 14-3, because even if we end up 13-4, which is Culler's prediction, 13-4, it's still close enough. It's still definitely over the over under. So
my prediction is 11-6.
Well, EM,
That's at
Vegas
least more
has us at
fair,
8.
but
Vegas has us at 8.
yeah.
We've
Yeah,
done
and I'm
better
not a
than 8
betting
2
man,
years
but
in a
that is a
row.
decent bet.
But we've done better than 8 2 years in a row. How could they set that number at 8?
I don't know. That's a good bet.
Yeah.
I'm not a betting
Absolutely.
man, but if I were a betting man, I would take that bet all day.
Especially if it's like plus 400 or something. That's gorgeous.
Definitely. All right. Well,
Again,
definitely stay in
could
the
be
back.
a wrong move. Ali, to my point earlier, could be a wrong move if you lose. But would anybody
true.
say that's a wrong bet now?
That's true. And if you're betting,
My point
please bet
earlier
wisely
about
and bet as
decisions
much
made
as
by
you're okay
previous
with
coaches,
losing.
you know what I mean?
Definitely.
Hindsight's 2020, I guess is the easier way to say it.
Gotcha. Hey, there's that. Maybe that's where that number 6 came from. Culler says we're gonna win 6 games.
I know, right?
Number of the day, number 6. Remember that.
It is today's number, ladies and gentlemen.
Definitely. All right. Thanks, man. Stay in the back. Be in our panel at the end.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6.
All right. Who do we got next, sir?
We got Mr. 6040 himself.
Do you want to put him in the back, by the way?
Right now. Yep. Got it.
Mr. 6040 Crypto. What's going on, man?
What's up?
Not much. What's going on with my
number's gonna be
Dogecoin?
moving.
What did you do with my Dogecoin, man? It's gone down 5%, up 5%.
I threw it in the trash where it belongs. I told people to stay away from that coin.
Yeah.
Stick with those
I bought
tried
it
and
so
true.
cheap. I bought it so cheap, bro. I just have it in case something happens. It's like winning the lottery to me. It was like
That's
next
all
to
it is
nothing.
that's all it is a moon bag. It's not a project. It's not a real project. So
I hear you. I actually have.
I stick with the granddaddy of them all.
Yeah, I got
What started
Bitcoin.
it all?
I got some Bitcoin, and my brother he actually does more than dabble in Bitcoin. I'll talk to you about that some other time. But what's going on, man? You talk to me. What's on your mind? What do you want to talk about?
You got real quick, you crypto. You've got it. Don't even have to be Dolphins, man. You absolutely have the floor for 3 to 4 minutes.
You can talk about whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Full license.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't want to bore you with washing machines, vacuum cleaners, and dryers and steam cleaners that I'm about to buy this weekend. But I don't want to bore you with that.
Funny? You want to know something funny?
Well, I know I'm getting a Samsung machine, but I'm doing some upgrades in my appliances, so I'm feeling pretty happy about that. So
definitely. So here's something funny. I actually used to sell appliances. I was the former appliance supervisor at Best Buy. So I actually had quite a bit.
That's what I'm going with.
You went to Best Buy? Okay.
That's what I'm going with. Yeah.
So Samsung and LG are probably the top 2 brands when it comes to appliances, in my opinion. They have similar issues that may happen from time to time, which is primarily on the washer and dryers. Sometimes you may have issues with the controls. And that's all appliances nowadays, unfortunately, no matter what brand. Back in the day, and Culler can tell you, and you probably know this, back in the day, it used to be Maytag all day long. It was like the best of the best. If you owned a Maytag, you were Donald Trump at one point. That's basically what the rumor was. So unfortunately, because of how we mass produce things, the quality, unfortunately, because now it's more about quantity and how quickly you can get it out the door, the quality has come down. Now, LG and Samsung try to provide a great quality product and also back it up with a 10-year or even 20-year warranty on certain features of it, like the drum and stuff like that.
Yeah. So you think that department now, they're doing this total protection thing that they got with the 2-year deal? It's kind of like a warranty type thing, but it's for all Best Buy products, basically. Pretty much every electronic almost in my house is bought by them now. I would say about 85% of all my electronics is now a Best Buy product.
Oh, yeah. And
that's why I went with that. That's why I went with that warranty.
The 2-year plan actually is not too bad. It also provides you a price guarantee that's extended from their normal price guarantee that they normally have.
They also price match even Amazon.
Yes, they do. So if
they have to replace it, I can get it from Amazon, Culler?
No, I mean
no. If Amazon's got it cheaper, you can quote it and they'll give you that price.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
I
I
think
got you.
they extend it from like a 30-day price guarantee to 60 days. I think they give it to you with that 2-year
60,
program that
yeah.
you're talking about.
Yeah,
So
60
yeah, if you
days you
see
can
it
do it.
at like BrandSmart or Amazon or another company like Home Depot or Lowe's, if you see your
Lowe's, yeah.
appliances cheaper, the same models, you just go in there and they can help you make that right. They do the return exchange and price deduction or whatever it may be and refund your
So
money.
what
So
about, but if I already got the product already,
it
would
doesn't
they
matter.
still, they'll still
Yeah,
price,
it's 60
matching and
days.
give me the difference?
Yeah, I believe it's 60 days is what it extends with if you got the 2-year program. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got that because it's called a total tech program.
Yeah,
Well,
That
everything
could be
that
quite
you know.
beneficial in today's day and
funny
age
that
because the chip prices are so high right now. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah,
So
which is weird because I got it on sale,
so
and
check
I'm
this.
going to get the dryer next week.
Yeah, so check this out. So you can kind of tell. I have it blurred out because it really looks like a construction zone behind me.
Yeah.
My wife has agreed to allow me to. She's moving the TV room, the family room, into a
Mhm.
different room because my house is kind of like an open floor plan, kind of. So a different
Yeah.
side of the room. We're building a wall and putting in doors to solidify my man cave / studio here, right? And
Yeah.
I'm purchasing an 83-inch LG OLED
Oh,
TV. And
OLED.
For
I'm
Wow.
going
what?
the
Okay.
You
new
got
one, the
your
C2 OLED that I'm
Is
going
this
with.
just for
OLED.
away games?
Oh
Is
yeah.
this gonna? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let me tell you right
Your
now,
weight gain.
Caller, I'm going to give you my address. You're welcome to come, and I'll beer, pizza, and everything.
Well,
And
I
you
might be
can,
at your place watching the game while
yeah.
you're down at the stadium for home
And,
games. You know
and
what I
we're
mean?
doing, and we're doing, and
Right.
we're
I'll just
doing
give
like
you
full
$100
blown.
instead of the stadium 300. You know?
Yeah,
Exactly. That's
we're,
what I'm gonna have to do when I come down there now. Go to
yeah,
the man cave, Ali's man cave.
yeah. We're doing
There
it.
you
We're doing
go.
it really good. Like for example, I'm purchasing a refreshment center where I can put like beers and sodas and stuff like that. And we're gonna be decorating. My friend of mine is getting me some classic old
Uh-huh.
neon bar style dolphins lights that he has. He's gonna give them to me. We're gonna hang them on the
Uh-huh.
walls. It's gonna have a great atmosphere. I'm getting this really super nice home theater power reclining seat and everything with the 83-inch, like I said. And I also have next by my computer, I'm also installing a big 32-inch TV above my computer that I'll have
See,
different games going on at the same time.
Noob in the chat said he's having bad experience with Samsung. I'm actually the opposite. Samsung's the reason why all their products is in my home because I've been having good luck with them. I guess
Yeah.
he's been having bad
You
luck
know
with
what?
them.
You know what, Crypto? I have to say, I'm kind of been falling off of them lately too because I just really am not happy with what the phone market now and what they do. I mean, it's like
the phones is bad. I give them that. And the phones is not as good as they regular stuff like
they're
TVs.
great phones,
last forever.
dude. They're great phones. They're really fabulous, like pieces of technology. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just,
What kind of
and you
problems are
can
you
get
having?
all that without Samsung Pay app bugging you every time you want to make a phone call. You know what I mean?
That's one thing I dislike, but you can shut that off, just so you know.
You can shut
Not
that
really.
off.
Here's the truth behind it. Here's the truth behind it, okay?
I don't want to spend the
understand-
rest of my life shutting it off because it turns back on after every update. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Whoever
Well,
said the Samsung has a lot of issues. Here's the thing. I can argue that LG has just the same kind of issues. I can argue
do.
that Maytag has the
sometimes,
same
yes.
issue. Because here's the deal. Here's the deal. All right. Just because it has LG or Samsung or Maytag or Whirlpool or
Right.
any brand you can think of put on it, I guarantee you the parts for a lot of this stuff is made by the same companies.
Or even
right,
their
like-
own competitor in a
Right.
lot of cases.
To give you an example, Whirlpool owns the patent on all stainless steel refrigerator doors. So it
When-
doesn't
when
matter
did
if it's
this
a
happen?
Samsung. Oh, it's happened years ago. They've had that patent forever. All right.
Uh-huh.
They own the patent. So anybody that wants stainless steel doors on their refrigerator, like the
What?
company that's manufacturing, has
How
to
did they
pay
get away with that?
Whirlpool for that. It's
How did they
been
get
like
away
that
with
forever.
that?
A lot of the boards actually are made by Samsung and LG, even on the
Uh-huh.
Whirlpool or Maytag or what are
Look,
some of the
I'll
other
tell you
brands that
this
are out there?
too. the very screen that you're looking at right now, ladies and gentlemen, is either an LG, a Sharp, or a Sony
That's
LCD
correct.
panel.
That is
I
correct.
I thought it would be
Take
from
apart
Lucent
your TV
Technologies,
and look
Culler.
at the brand name, and if it's not one of those, it's this other obscure company. I forget their name off the top of my head that does nothing but make LCD panels.
Hold
Yeah.
on, Culler. I thought it was Lucent Technologies.
Lucent's one of them, but I don't know if Lucent makes them anymore.
Wait a
but,
minute. I think Lucent got bought out by a company. Hold on. I think it's
the
That could
company I'm
be.
thinking of starts with an
Well,
A, and it
Samsung,
might be
I
the
wouldn't be
company that
surprised
bought
if one of them bought Lucent.
But here's the
Maybe
thing:
maybe they're doing the
I
manufacturing.
used to do warranty service work. One of our clients was Sony, and we would go and look at their TVs. And if we determined that the panel was bad, we didn't replace panels in home. And it was a case where if we determined the panel was bad because that wasn't covered, the customer would have to decide to either junk their TV or buy a new LCD panel for us to put in from Sony. So we would have the decision was always to junk it because the replacement panel on your Sony TV is likely far more expensive than it was when you bought it brand new, the whole TV.
The whole TV,
that never happens. However, it gave me a chance to look at the pricing catalog for substitutes for Sony. And so we'd look up a model and find out what Sony model LCD panel it needed. And if there wasn't any available, you look at the substitute, right? Everybody's looked at these parts manifest lists that's ever worked.
So Lucent was bought by
the company that was the two companies that were like frequented the list more than Sony itself on their substitutes was LG and Sharp.
Yeah, Sharp goes way back, man. Sharp goes way back, man. I used to get a lot of their products out of Radio Shack.
Yep. There's still existence.
A lot of people don't remember Radio Shack.
LCD panels behind the scenes.
Yeah. Sharp goes way back.
Your TV, Vizio, don't matter who it is, likely has a Sharp panel in it.
Yeah. So Lucatel, I'm sorry, Lucatel.
Lucent.
Alcatel Lucent, because Alcatel bought Lucent.
Okay, that's who bought.
And then they've been purchased by Nokia.
I'm not surprised.
So that's who owns them now. But
who was bought by Nokia?
Nokia
bought
Alcatel Lucent, because Alcatel bought Lucent and then it became Nokia. So Nokia owns them.
And guess who owns Nokia?
Who owns Nokia?
HMB.
Oh, there you go. See, it's just a big pyramid.
Motorola bought them.
No, HMB. Go to Nokia's, like the phone I just bought. At least their cell phone and tablet department, because the phone I just bought from Nokia is an HMB.
Here's another thing to note: Toshiba, which made one of the original laptops way back in the day. A lot of the processors that you see in these TVs and electronics are made by Toshiba. Even though it's a Samsung or Sony or LG TV, you open it up and actually get the guts.
I was telling you about Toshiba the other night. I'll run through that one real quick. Toshiba and Samsung have a joint venture called TSST Corp. TSST Corp is responsible for putting in about 95% of your CD and DVD drives in your computers, laptops, everything.
Yep.
To the point where one of their competitors for the optical drive market is Sony itself, right? So you would have a case where back when I was selling at CompUSA, I used to do retail work at CompUSA too. We would have a Sony Vaio sitting on the shelf right next to a Toshiba laptop. The Toshiba would have a Sony drive in it, and the Sony Vaio would have a TSST drive in it. They literally build from their own competitors.
Yeah.
But TSST Corp is actually the industry leader in optical drives. Most of your, even your DVD player that you hook up to your TV generally has a TSST drive in it. Or an LG, that's another maker. But real quick on LG, somebody had said that LG is Sharp. Maybe they use Sharp products for their panels. But LG, as I was telling Crypto the other night, the moniker means life is good. That's their promo moniker.
Right.
But the name LG stands for Lucky Gold Star.
Gold Star, yeah.
LG is formerly Gold Star. That's why they still have the window shaker market too for air conditioners.
And that's actually the washer and dryer that I'm replacing for a Samsung by, So completely, my whole top to bottom appliance, every appliance in my home will be officially Samsung after the exchange now. That'll be the first time I've ever unified every appliance in my home or every electronic in my home, all the way down to the smartphone and computer that I built from scratch.
Crypto, are you gonna move to Taiwan or something?
Yeah, I've gotten some goods and services in Taiwan.
Well, Samsung is a Korean company, so he'd probably go to Korea.
Well, there is also Samsung USA, which most of their manufacturing is done actually over here for us. They cut the middleman out for distributing.
If he was going to Taiwan, he would be buying a Vizio at that point because that's where they make Vizios.
You know who else?
Right. Good point, Ali. That's right.
The solar market is Beretta.
I had one of them.
Beretta USA.
I did too, but the LEDs been on
pretty
it.
Good, I bet.
They're not bad. They're like your budget brand to get the most value out of it. But here's something. I'm going to tell this to the crowd. So the issue with Vizios is that whoever manufactures their LED back panels is not the best. The LEDs go out them very easily. Now, if you want a good budget brand that you want to buy to next to nothing, but to get the most quality out of, and if you're like video gaming or you're worried about refresh rate and all that, it'll give you the most for your money. There's a brand called TCL. All right. Check them out. They're super cheap, but the reviews that they get, and there's tons of YouTube content here you can look up that will show you the reviews and show you side by side. It is unbelievable what they put out. So I'm
a total Vizio guy. I haven't owned another TV besides a Vizio since I bought my 24-inch Vizio.
How long ago? How long ago did you buy that? How long ago?
What's that?
How long ago did you buy that Vizio?
A long time ago.
See, they're not made the same anymore because I bought my TV, my 65-inch.
It's not the only one I own, but
they're mostly smart TVs.
I'm looking at you right now on a Vizio.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay. I understand. All I'm saying is that over the years, the quality has changed.
Well,
now, I may just had a bad,
well,
experience.
that may be the case, but I'm just gonna give you my experience with them. Is that, like, first of all, I also service them in the field too. I've taken those apart and put them back together, like we service them for warranty, and they're very, very simplistically made. Most LCDs are. They have a power board, a motherboard, and the connection in between, and that's the only two parts in the whole thing, and the panel. And so they're really easy to service. They're decently made. Their panels are going to come from anywhere else, just like everybody else, Sharp or whoever, LG. Yeah, I can't really tell you from the service and who they used to use in particular because it never came into play. We didn't replace their panels. But the thing about Vizio is the only problem I ever had with that first little TV that I bought from them. After a week, one of the HDMI ports went out. I took it back to wherever I bought it from, got a new one, never had a problem since then.
However, was it a 2.0, 2.0?
I don't remember at the time. It was early crypto, so it probably wasn't. But here's the thing.
Okay, so it's 1.4.
Here's the thing, though. I've never had a problem like that with any other Vizio I've bought since then. Never had any problems with any since then. And secondly, I've had a dozen problems with HDMI ports on other devices that aren't made by Vizio. That's inherent to the HDMI technology, not the Vizio port on that TV that day.
Right.
I'm convinced of it. You know what I mean? Because I'm working in the tech field as a service engineer. Trust me, there's a problem with HDMI ports in general. They're not very durable. They handle a large digital signal, and they're
supposed to have gotten better on that last update. Most of them are 2.0 or above, but like 2.2 for the high speed connections, the high data connections.
Ali, can I say that I haven't seen some Samsungs or LGs that I come across where I'm like, dang, that picture looks way better than them Vizios I've been messing with over the years.
Do me a favor.
Plenty.
Okay, so you have seen them as
well. Oh yeah. There's times I'm jealous, absolutely. Okay. But then there's also times where it's like, holy shit, I can't believe I got this 32 or this 43-inch 1080p true 1080p 120 hertz monitor for $200 or whatever I paid for it at the time.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm still looking at you on it to this day.
Yeah.
To be 100% honest, like I was like a big time like Samsung TV person, but I kind of got on the LG train for this new TV that I've been looking at. I've
They
looked
make
at
some
them
good
side
monitor.
by side. Well, Samsung came out with their own OLED TV recently, right?
Yeah,
the only
yeah.
issue is
It's
they
called
only make
QLED. It's like
No,
a
no,
QLED. It's QLED.
no. QLED is what they had. That was their immediate response to OLED. However,
Yeah,
they
you're right.
just
Yeah, that was response.
recently, within the last 2 months, they've come out with an actual OLED.
OLED.
Well,
Okay.
one other thing,
Yeah.
Ali,
And
to
they actually look
real
really
quick,
good.
I
Don't get me
gotta
wrong.
say one
Go
other
ahead.
thing to
Mhm.
close the book on Vizio that
Sure.
was important to me at the time.
Sure.
Because they are a cheaper and more unknown brand at the time when they were first out, for
Yeah.
the same money as you would spend in the same size class and all that, they would fill it up with all the smart technology. Like it
Mhm.
was kind of the only way you could get everything, all the bells and whistles in the smart end of it,
Hmm.
without spending extra money on the Samsungs or the LGs. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to
Yeah.
close the book on that real quick. I forgot about that aspect of it.
Definitely. So,
Yeah, they come out some good
Crypto,
products.
I've been having fun talking about technology, but I'm going to ask you something. I'm going to bring you back to football real quick. So you're at 60-40 right now, right?
Yeah.
What if we were to add another receiver? Where are you at then?
Oh, I'm definitely at 70-30.
You're at 70-30?
Yeah.
Definitely, no matter
Yeah.
what?
Depends on depends on, I'll put it like this, depends on the type of receiver set. If he's just a burner, yeah, it's definitely 70-30. If he's
Okay.
more of a possession type receiver, I'm more like 65, 35.
I'm trying to think. Okay, so where you at with adding Sony Michel? It didn't move the line at all.
Well,
All
real
right.
quick, Ali, Crypto,
No,
I got a
he
question for you.
kicks a running back out of the room.
I've been meaning to ask you a question about 60-40 for a while. How have you not factored in, or maybe you already have, maybe it's already baked into your number, maybe that's all you'll say.
Mhm.
But how does Mike Gesicki's comments on social media a few months ago fit into your calculus with your 60-40 ratio?
Well,
About throwing the ball 40 times this year.
What did he say?
He said, remember he made that cryptic comment to Tua about throwing the ball 40 times a game this year.
Oh, he did.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't remember that one.
Some of us thought it was because he was going to be traded, because we're going to go with more running and all that, and he's out there tweeting or posting out that to Tua that we're going to be throwing the ball 40 times a game. We thought we were going to trade both of them to Texas.
Yeah, but see, maybe he was saying that in response to McDaniel when he said you might want to start Waddle in your fantasy league.
Well, maybe, but I thought this was before we actually hired McDaniel.
Okay.
Because we were actually speculating as to who the coach might be based on those comments. Remember?
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. I think it was before McDaniel. However, McDaniel doubled down on Waddle being a fantasy machine, though.
That too.
So
well, I think that part is already baked into Crypto's number. I know he remembers that aspect of it.
Right. But yeah, he said something. Yeah, if he said something to that nature, and that was based on us getting before McDaniel, because that's what made me believe maybe they will go with Kellen Moore, somebody who's more of a.
Personally, I just thought he was being an asshole to Flores, and chalked it up as him being the real poison in the locker room. But if it's not because he's the true poison in the locker room, then we are throwing the ball 40 times a game this year.
Right.
Because, Mike Gesicki controls what we do. It's up to Mike Gesicki to plan for to make sure Coach Flores plans for the weather and all that.
Then that ratio goes well north of 70 if Gesicki's right.
I mean, Gesicki's the one out there commanding the offense and putting everybody in the right place on the field.
Well, yeah, he did do that. That Buffalo game. We can
So if
thank him
he
for the
says we're
Buffalo
throwing the
loss.
ball 40 times a game, I mean,
Yes,
This is
he's out
true.
there making assignment calls, so maybe he knows something there. So yeah, I will have to be basically my baseline probably will have to be 70-30 now.
I tried,
as a
Ali. He's
baseline.
just not going to change his number on your show. I'm sorry, we didn't land it. I tried, bro.
It's all right. I don't want to like. Okay, I don't want to
I was trying to
speculate.
get him to raise it on your show. You know, give
Well,
us
I
some
could,
clout to run
I
with.
could give him something that he would definitely raise it. It's just that I don't want to. How do I put it? Okay, so this was provided on another show as a possible target of ours, and do understand? I'm not saying that he will get signed. I'm
I
not
think I got
saying
an
that
idea you might be talking
they're
about.
definitely coming or anything. I'm not saying that because you never know what could happen. All I'm going to say is that there's been feelers put out there, and this person actually reached out to us. We didn't reach out to him.
Mhm.
Okay. How would you feel about Odell Beckham?
Yeah, I got a funny feeling that that's what you were talking about. I heard some.
Would that change your number?
Yes.
To what?
Mhm. Yeah, it will be definitely 70-30.
See, I knew it. If that
that
guy
would
was
change
coming,
my calculus as to whether people actually believe in Tua or not. I mean,
What do you mean?
mean?
What do you mean by
because Odell ain't the type that's going to come to a bad situation.
But here, look at it this way. Odell is coming back from a knee injury, and he had to have both knees worked on. So he had to have both knees worked on. So he's had double surgeries. So he's not even going to be ready till mid-season at the very earliest.
See, this right here precisely illustrates my point.
No way,
cancer ain't going to come to cancer. They're going to come into a good situation and make it cancerous. They're not going to come to cancer.
Well, I just
it almost is encouraging if cancer wants to come here. It's like, oh, that means we're something to destroy. You know,
how is he cancer though? I don't really see how he's cancer. I think the teams that he's been on just have a dysfunctional organization. I can argue that.
Maybe that's a discussion for another exhale or another
Granted, when he was with the Giants, he had a little bit of a diva issue. I get that, but since he left the Giants.
I guess he has kind of put his nose to the grinder since.
Yeah, right. Has he done anything that's off the wall crazy?
Not really.
No. They didn't throw to him very well. He was in the wrong system. They moved him to Rams, and I can argue that he was going to be Super Bowl MVP before he got injured.
Before he got injured, he was on pace. He was on track.
However, that all being said, he don't impress me as a wide receiver. Believe it or not.
I don't know about that.
I actually look at him as more of a.
Would be like the number 3 receiver on this roster.
Okay. In fairness, what I mean is, he doesn't do anything that is more impressive to me than the best wide receivers in the league. I'm just saying that it's hard to impress me, knowing the physics and mechanics behind the special catch that he made that made him famous. It's really not that impressive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if you understand the physics involved in catching the football and all that, athletically, yes, impressive feat of nature. But catching that ball had nothing to do with what I was impressed about there. You know what I mean?
What will be more of an impressive catch than that? Because Brent Grimes made that same kind of catch.
The catch that Julian Edelman made in the Super Bowl, I believe it was.
You do know that was pure luck, bro. That's not something that you can do every single game.
But here's another one. Okay, so I'll give you another catch that impresses me more.
David Tyree.
There was a reason that I pointed out that Edelman catch first, was to draw you guys right into that argument, right into that comeback. Okay. This is an example of a catch that truly impresses me as a person who played the position and, who, kind of fancies himself as a really good person that understands all of that. Okay.
Yeah.
That catch in the highlight film, the one highlight film we got when we first signed River Craycraft.
That I do understand which one he's talking
impressive.
He made a similar catch to Odell Beckham.
No.
His catching
It
ability
looked
is
nothing like the Odell Beckham catch.
yeah.
It was just a simple across the middle, 5-yard slant. Ball was put in a good spot, and he caught the ball. That was all it was. But if you look at it in the motion that they showed it to us in on the highlight, and you see what the guy was actually doing as a wide receiver, to me, it was highly, highly impressive to watch.
See, I think Culler's opinion is that he likes receivers that do everything fundamentally and technically perfect, no flashiness or anything, just to the point.
It's not
and that's
that.
what he
It's
likes.
not that. It's not that.
Okay.
And maybe I can say that Odell's catch was impressive, but not impressive to the level of what it would impress the average person. And also for different reasons. Like you're saying, he caught the ball. Well, he still had his eyes on it. Yes, these are the things that impress me about that catch. And it's those fundamentals that allow a catch like that to be made.
But so you're telling us that
Ted Ginn will never make a catch like that ever in his entire life. He can dream about making a catch like that.
Right. So you're saying Tom Waddle was your favorite receiver, fella?
He was a great receiver. No, but Randy Moss.
Right.
People don't really understand. I don't think people understand really, really, truly why Randy Moss should be considered the Michael Jordan of receivers. Like, there's fundamental things that Randy Moss does as a receiver. I mean, look, we coined a term to describe it.
Hey, what's up there? All right. Yeah.
Mossing somebody.
Yeah.
How do you think he does that?
He caught every pass.
He's looking at the ball and the air and space and time in a completely different perspective than that DB.
Yep.
All right. Got anything else for us, Crypto?
No. Yeah, he did it all. You're right.
All right. Well, stay in the back. Like I said, we're going to bring everybody on as a panel. I'd like to get to the next person if possible. I want to give everyone a chance to speak their mind. So thank you very much for coming by. And thank you for coming to my first show, man. Thank you.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Crypto.
Yep. All right, Culler.
Our next guest definitely is going to be able to get us way off topic because we never know what it's going to be. Welcome, MCJB, to the chat.
MC.
What's good, Joe? My bad. My thing's kind of being slow right now. How's it going, Culler and Ollie?
Pretty good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm just a little tired. I just got off work I'm exhausted. But
I'm sorry.
You good? You good? Culler. I want you to answer this question. You ready?
All right, but I'm going to have to turn on the camera for this one.
Is he even there?
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
All right, cool. I'll do. Ooh, all right. So this, I don't know if Crypto was talking about this. He may have. I didn't really hear the whole thing. I'm not gonna lie. I just jumped on and came right, accepted the stream link. So it doesn't matter who the wide receiver is. I think if we sign OBJ, we sign whoever. If Tua can throw him the ball, or if Tua can't throw him the ball, what's the point? Am I right or wrong about that?
Very, very logical.
What's the point of signing all these big wide receivers? I'm just like, I'm hoping. I'm not a Tua near or hater. I haven't chosen my side yet. I'm hashtag confused, but we're gonna find out this year. Yeah. So yeah.
Let's be fair.
It was just coming through my mind. I was like,
all right. Let's be.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, but let's be fair about the quarterback position. I know in the past that I was on board on the fact that the quarterback position is honestly irrelevant anymore because the system that we're going to run gets the ball to whatever receiver or running back so quickly that the quarterback really doesn't need to do much except make sure that he's tossing or throwing the ball accurately in the proper placement. and timing, right? I've said that. That's been recorded here on the past.
Right.
Culler has seen me say that on the Mike and Mike show many times. But let's be fair.
Facts.
McDaniel and the coaching staff have a good idea of what type of quarterback they need to run this system. Tua has to have certain talents and abilities and certain agilities to be able to run this system. You know what I mean? He has certain things that he does very well that they feel that they can fit in a system. So not just any quarterback can do it. It's not like we can, I could argue that I like a lot of the abilities that Skylar Thompson has. Trust me, I really do. The kid can run, 1,000-yard rusher as a quarterback, right? And he has a good cannon arm, but who's to say he's that accurate with the ball placement? Maybe his percentage completion is not as great.
Who says he doesn't crack under NFL pressure?
That's
exactly. The game is a lot
we can't give
faster on
Tua
the
credit for one thing. He might have looked like he failed or faltered or whatever under NFL pressure.
Yeah.
But he's still here. He didn't walk away from it. He didn't run.
And he didn't write. He didn't
ask to be traded or
write a Dear John letter
or anything like
Baker
that.
did with Browns.
Hey,
so that's my point. Go ahead.
I know this was a waste of time, but I just want to hop in really just to get an answer for that question and then go to sleep. So Ali, is this the replacement for Mike on the Mic?
We're gonna be going every Saturday. Mike and the Mic is on. Mike is going through some family stuff right now.
Yeah,
he will be coming. They're trying to get him back in rotation. What day that will be, I don't really know yet. Culler may know more than I do.
Suffice it to say, without getting too much in the weeds on personal issues,
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is that Mike's dealing with is causing a situation where to continue to do work with us as a team, which he is absolutely 100% still a part of. We have to do something at a different part of the day.
That's true.
So I guess in some respects you could say, yeah, because, would we see Mike at the 10 o'clock hour on Saturday again? I don't know. That's probably part of the issue. You know what I mean? So, but that doesn't, so I guess your answer could be a yes and a no. Nobody's replacing Mike as
Mike
a
can never
team
be
member.
He's
He's
not
not gone. You know what I mean? We're just trying to work out programming dynamics to make sure he can continue with the team.
Hey, Culler, I'm sorry, one more time, and I promise you I'm gonna get out.
No, you're good. Dude, by the way, MC, I know you're kind of in and out sometimes, but that's exactly what we're giving you right now. We're giving you the floor, bro. Say whatever you want to say.
That's the whole point of this show. This is the whole point of the show.
That's the exact point of the show.
I know.
That's why we didn't bring anybody else up with you. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Is it just, are y'all just doing a one person at a time, 5 minutes?
Pretty much, but you can literally talk about the sky being blue if you wanted to.
But at the end, we are bringing everybody as a panel, so that will be a panel.
We'll bring everybody back on in case anybody wants to, refute anybody else individually.
I don't know if Ali lives in Miami, but Culler, I will be in Miami. I know you're not too far, but you're far. I don't know, maybe.
Basically, both Ali and I would be on your way down, pretty much.
Okay. Well, I'll be in Miami. I'll be in Melbourne first for the 20th. Okay. I'll be in Cocoa Beach area for my cousin's graduation. Shout out to this man right here. Shout out to you.
Cool. Do you MCJB, do you smoke cigars at all?
No, I do not. Does it look like it right now?
Well, no. I'm asking because I collect cigars. I like the smell and taste of cigars. And there's a really good cigar shop in Melbourne I was going to have you check out called The Executive. It's a pretty nice place. That downtown Melbourne, if you ever get to go, it's a historical kind of area, but they have a lot of really good restaurants and bars and shops along there. I'd check it out.
Yeah, that's where Jim Morrison was born too, I believe. Melbourne, Florida.
Yeah.
One more thing, I promise. I was gonna Culler, if you got my number, you text me back sometimes by accident. It'd be funny sometimes. Text me.
Yeah, I had to figure out that whole group chat thing, man. So I just finally got was finally able to reply without replying to everybody.
Let me tell you something, Ali. So every time, like everybody would ask a question, right? Culler would just text me instead of the chat. I'm like, Culler, wrong chat! Exclamation point!
Yeah, because my phone
sorry.
was just randomly breaking away from the chat to individual to chat again, like randomly.
Right.
Until I got in the weeds on the settings and said it right. You know what I mean?
He messaged me today with an emoji of a stack of pancakes. And I'm like, did he just wake up? Is that why he's sending me pancakes? And then
That's
I was
a good
like,
indication.
Love you too,
and
kid. In the comments.
anyway, he's like, yeah. Doesn't everybody need pancakes? I'm like, yeah, I could really go for pancakes right now. And on the football field, I think we need to see more pancakes by the defense.
Yeah, and then I think
Or offensive line.
I've finished with a reply by saying pancakes and reggae, a match made by Jah himself.
Hey, y'all can put me backstage and get someone else. I'm cooking up something.
Take it easy, MC.
All right, man.
We'll catch you back.
I got you.
So real quick, we want to do a reset real quick.
All right, definitely.
Before we bring on the next guest. We have a special guest next.
Okay, I can't wait.
So, like and share, everybody.
Definitely like and share. Hit the subscribe if you like. Check out the description below. There's some really cool links. We have Fanatics, where you can get your awesome Dolphins gear. Not just Dolphins, any sport you want. Also, we have a link to some of our merch. You have these American sandals, nice beanie hat. We can always go back to the girl with the nice ball cap. She doesn't come with it, just so you know. I actually might pick this up for myself. I like this.
Yeah, I'm kind of partial to the hoodie, and I really like the beige one.
The beige hoodie, I have to check that out.
Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, speaking of like and subscribe,
if you're anywhere in South Florida, you can't go without a pair of these.
Yeah. And also talking about our programming, we also have Tonk 7 TMI Tuesdays 9 p.m. with Culler and Tonk. Some really good content. Check it out. We also have Culler commentary on the Finns Tailgate Thursday nights. Some great debates. Let me tell you, check him out. Culler, as you know, has the best voice on YouTube, guaranteed. In addition, make sure you're hitting the like button. Also, if you want to post up my handle on Twitter again, we have the poll going. I have seen very minimal votes, so please go to my Twitter. Go ahead and follow if you like. I will follow you back. It may take me a day or so to get through everybody, but I will follow you back. In addition, please vote on the name of our show. It's either going to be hashtag exhale or hashtag Wusa. And you guys get to vote. You guys are choosing what it will be the full-time title of our show. And the next episode, we will announce that title. Or celebrate it. Oh, that's why they can't find it, bro.
What's that?
Go back to the handle.
Oh, did I spell it wrong?
Yeah, Persian is spelled Persian.
Oh, I know it's how it's spelled. I just misspelled it. Like, I don't know why I was thinking. Oh,
yeah. So
I know how
I'm sorry
Persian
about that, guys. So please check out the right person.
God, I'm terrible.
Or you can, yeah.
I'm just terrible. Hold on. I think it's because I thought it looked like an A from this far away from my screen.
It's all good. I was wondering why not many people voted. I'm like, this is weird. I have to do
and it's embarrassing as an amateur historian. It's embarrassing to do that. I'm sorry, guys.
If you guys ever want to get into a crazy debate about ancient history, civilization, talk to Culler backstage.
I'll invite it. I'll create a channel if you all want to. It'd be fun.
Yeah, it's some good stuff. Good stuff.
All right. Out
there. So make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe and use the proper handle to go to my Twitter. Like I said, if you want to follow me, I will follow you back. Just please give me a day or two to catch up with everybody. And definitely. So who's our next guest?
And so without further ado, we have the one, the only Farrah Fawcett, ladies and gentlemen. Also known as probably Tony Pepperoni.
Is this
guys,
Tony?
how you doing?
Tony, what's up, buddy?
My bows got stolen today. Can you believe that?
Oh my God, are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm okay. $350. My new bow. Well, 6 months old. So that's a killer.
Did they like break into your house, or how
Broke
did
into
it
my
happen?
fucking locker.
Wait, did you say your bows got stolen? Your BOSEs?
Yep.
Oh, dude. Oh, I'm a
Shit,
fan.
dude.
Oh, bro, I'm a
Oh, I
fanboy.
know.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Oh, I know. I just like to get the guy and just baseball bat him for 5 minutes
Yeah,
straight
I
in his
mean, I'll
head.
give you anything in my apartment. Don't take my bows. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I know.
Those are
Yeah.
lifetime devices. I'll shut up. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, well, that's basically my day. Just depressing. But I put a link in the chat. I watched some of the Dolphins games back in 92, 93.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys do that. I actually enjoy watching them.
I do.
I caught him a few times. I was too young to really like enjoy like 92. Let's see, how old was I?
I was 7.
You were 7. Okay. 92.
You were what, 2?
I was 10. I was 10 in 92.
Well, I grew up, I watched the Dolphins all the time, and the football back then was better than it is today, in my opinion.
I will say the game back then in the 80s and 90s, the game was a lot more physical, in my opinion.
That's what I love. More physical.
Yeah, that's right. The physicality was, and there was less rules on both sides, the offense and defense, So you would get those massive hits. You'd see a lot of pancaking, if you want to call it that. You know what I mean? There was,
the
and
best
there was
game,
a lot more. Go ahead.
Dolphins Bills of the 90s.
That was one of the best. Yeah, I have to agree with those.
Even though they usually beat us, we hit them hard. Though that was our rival. It was the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the Jets, really. It was the Bills.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what was it? Maybe 3? I want to say 3 out of those 4 times they went to the Super Bowl. They had at some point in the playoffs to get through us to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I mean, we fucked. I'm so fucking angry. In 1993, we had them at home, AFC Championship game. We fucking dropped it.
Yep.
They came into Miami, and
you know what
beat
was so
us.
stinging about that, Tony, was that we were so certain that game that all we needed to do was get them at home in one of these playoff games because we kept losing to them in Buffalo.
Of course.
And we were so certain as fans, if we just got them at home in that situation, we would take care of business. And I know it was stinging.
Oh, I still remember. I mean, Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, Daryl Talley. I fucking hate them all. Bruce Smith, Steve Christie,
Lofton.
Oh, Steve Tasker. Oh, God.
Don't forget about the little running back that backed up Thurman Thomas that was almost as good.
Oh,
forget his name.
I forgot his name, but they just drive me nuts.
Kevin something or other.
Yeah, they just drove me nuts.
Kenneth Walker.
Mm-hmm.
That's just too bad. I still that one that got away with.
Remember when they used to send Thurman down on a 9 route, a fly route down the sideline for like a 60-yard bomb?
They would run the K gun. They would a hurry up offense, and they had so much success on us. But I guess we can all take solace in them getting the shit knocked out of them by Dallas.
Yeah, and along with everybody else, didn't Washington tear them up?
Yeah, Washington knocked them out. The only one they had a close game and they lost was
the Giants.
The Giants.
Giants. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Norwood, wide right.
Yep.
That was just after the Gulf War.
That was O.J. Anderson's final game, I believe.
Yeah, I've been watching football for so long, man, since I came in the world.
And for those that don't remember O.J. Anderson, he is a plus 15,000 yard rusher. in history. He might be in the Hall of Fame already. I don't remember.
I would think so with those numbers.
Well, when he eclipsed 15,000, Tony, it was a big feat at that time.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what some of the other people think. I'm not looking at the chat, but
is it Otis Jerome Anderson?
I believe so. They called him O.J. Anderson. They actually also called him Juice. Juice wasn't exclusive to just O.J. Simpson.
I miss 90s football.
That's why they called Beckham Juice too. Juice is exclusive to O.J. because it's Juice.
Anderson was inducted into the University of Miami Sports Hall of Fame in 1990.
You just tickled me. Is that Miami of Ohio or our Miami? Because I don't remember O.J. Anderson being a Hurricane. That would be awesome if he was.
Hold on a second. I will find out in a moment. Just says University of Miami. That's all it says. Let me find out for you. Just bear with me a moment.
I live close to Buffalo, too.
Oh, you're on the Canada side of Niagara, pretty much?
Yeah, not far from Toronto.
We'll be up to Niagara one of these days, man. We'll probably come visit you.
Yeah.
They end up using a Buffalo game as a jump-off point for a Niagara trip one of these days.
Yeah. Rough. Save your money, man. Go to a better place than Buffalo's worst stadium.
What's the alternative? The Jets?
So, Culler, I'm disappointed you as a Hurricane fan.
Oh, you're killing me. O.J. Anderson was a Miami Hurricane. God, that tickled my blood. Oh, I love it.
He went to the Hall of Fame of University of Miami Sports.
So I will wipe the egg off my face first, okay? Secondly, I will say that once again, ladies and gentlemen, the University of Miami breeds champions. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
That's what they do.
He is not in the actual NFL or the Football Hall of Fame yet, though.
No, but he is a Super Bowl champion.
I'm actually surprised with the numbers you're claiming.
And John Jay and Tony Cruz are World Series champions. John Jay is a twice-over World Series champion with two different teams. Still doesn't get the credit as a great baseball player.
Culler, am I not right when I say Buffalo equals the asshole of America?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
they'll tell you that. Their own residents will tell you that.
They all moved down to Florida. They don't want to. Who wants to live in Buffalo? That whole area is so shitty. You can get some good deals on clothing.
Man, it sounds like we found ourselves an anti-Buffaloite.
Well, I live near there. I'm only about, with no traffic, an hour away.
So you're right on the front lines. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is a Miami Dolphins fan right on the front lines of the war, man.
Oh my God.
Yeah. My father-in-law is a hardcore.
He's like
Buffalo
in Guantanamo facing Buffalo, you know?
Yeah. So my father-in-law is from Buffalo, and him and his whole family are Buffalo fans. And
oh my God.
So do you have a mirror? Do you have a Buffalonian mirror? Is there some guy like staring at you from across the falls? Yeah.
No, I just all my life growing up here near Toronto, just outside Toronto.
I've been to Toronto. Great Thai restaurants in Toronto.
I have family there.
Toronto, yeah. I haven't been in Toronto since I came back from Jersey. When I flew from out of New York. Toronto, it's it's a fun place to visit, I guess, but I wouldn't want to live there.
You know, I was really taken back how big the place is.
It's a huge city, Toronto. It's very similar to Chicago.
Like size-wise, I didn't realize it rivaled Chicago and New York like that. Like Toronto is the closest thing to a New York size city I've ever been to.
I have to check, but I think Toronto holds the record for the longest road in the world.
Yeah, Young Street.
Well,
Is it
Ali,
Young
you've
Street?
been downtown West Palm, right? Like Clematis Street and all that.
Oh yeah,
Back in
definitely,
the
many
day, right?
times.
Now
Definitely.
imagine if every time you turned a corner down there. Now they've expanded. It's not just all on Clematis Street. You know what I mean? It trickles over to the next couple roads over, right? But imagine if you kept turning the corner down at Clematis and there just was another Clematis Street every time you turn the corner for like miles and miles and miles. That's how big Toronto is.
People are
I've been to
moving
Toronto. I
out
know.
of Toronto because too much money to live there. They're moving more to my area, like 40 minutes, 35 minutes outside, because it's too much. It's like in South Florida, too much for a house. It's going up too much money.
Have you ever been to sorry, of course you probably have been there, but you've heard of London, Canada, right?
Yeah, there's not really that much there, but it's cheaper.
My cousin just immigrated to Canada there, and he lives there, so that's why I was inquiring how it was. I've never been there, so
yeah,
I've driven through it, but not
there's
like
a guy
hung out or whatever.
In London, like 7, 8, 9 months ago, he ran over people, and he was charged with domestic terrorism. Some young guy, he ran over these Muslims. He's having his trial soon. It's kind of known as a redneck town. London.
Wow.
It's between Windsor
and
right. Toronto.
That's where the Canadian rednecks were from. Oh,
yeah. We do have our fair share of rednecks.
There used to be a viral video where there was these Canadian like rednecks chasing down and harassing this guy in a sports car with his girlfriend. And the guy led him down a dirt road, like a dead end, got out, held him up with a gun, took their video camera from them, threw their keys into the woods, and drove off and told him that's why you don't fuck with people.
London is kind of like our Alabama.
Interesting. That's interesting. Here's a interesting fact. I mentioned the longest street in the world and it being Yonge Street. For people that don't know, Yonge Street is a whopping 1,178 miles.
Wow.
So imagine driving
1,100 something miles.
I don't know. This is what it says. I'm on.
Wouldn't that be like the whole country is like 2,000 something or 3,000 something miles, isn't it?
No, I think it's way more than that. This is on Motor Trend. I'm gonna see if maybe they're wrong. Maybe it's a typo.
Maybe it's kilometers.
Well, I live right by Lake Ontario.
In 1999, yeah, it says in 1999, the Guinness Book of World Records repeated the popular misconception. Oh, okay. Hold on. Maybe it is a misconception. I think what happened is it's like somebody. It was like a typo, maybe.
Yeah, depending on your route, the coast-to-coast drive across America ranges in distance from approximately 2,500 to 3,500 miles.
Just bear with me. I'm trying to find the accuracy of this because this is talking about it's being a misconception, but it's still the longest road in the world. Well, what's the length? That's what I want to know.
It's got to be kilometers because that would make more sense.
The kilometers is 1,896 to 1,178 miles.
Right. So divide that. Well, if it's 1,000 something kilometers, you got to divide it by 2.2 or like 1.8. I'm sorry.
Yeah, or you can just go to the converter and they'll just do
it's
it for you.
2, roughly 2.
Okay, so let me
do so about half that. So it'd be like 900 miles, or it'd be like 500-600 miles.
Culler, when did you go to Toronto?
I went up there on a road trip to we had a buddy that lived outside of Montreal, and we all met up, and a bunch of us that were friends online met up in St. Louis and took a road trip to Canada and met up with that dude. Stayed up there for like a week, but during our sightseeing and all that, he took us down to Montreal, Quebec City, over to Toronto, places like that. So I
Okay.
in Toronto, you know.
This is actually what makes more sense. So another site is saying that Yonge Street is 34.8 miles.
That's long enough.
That's
I mean,
the
that's,
longest street in the world.
well, that's from here to like South Boca.
Well,
Yeah, that's super long street. But
of course
yeah,
it is.
last time I was in Canada, it was just after my 21st birthday. We went up to Windsor, and I ended up spending the night there. That was the last time I was in Canada. But I used to go to Toronto a lot because I have a lot of family there.
Yeah, it's a very lame
By
country.
the way, Jay, we were in Quebec City not a year or two before it had another fire, had its most recent fire.
Mhm. Interesting.
Yeah, I think the Expos are going to get their team back soon.
I guess this is a regular occurrence in Quebec City over the years, is their armory burns for some reason. I don't know like the politics behind it, but
Their armory?
yeah, like their armory burned up like right after we were there the last time when we were there.
I
And
don't know. I just
over the decades, it's kind of a regular thing. I don't know, maybe if it's because it's an old building and it's fire prone. I don't really know.
anyone that moves to this part of Canada, get ready for 6 months of freezing cold.
Yep.
Half a year. It's just so uncomfortable.
You all got good weed though.
Yeah, that can help. That's the same weather as Buffalo. Who would want to live in Buffalo if it's just freezing?
By the way, Crypto corrected me back in the back here. It was Kenneth Davis that backed up Thurman Thomas.
Oh, okay. Didn't Thurman Thomas play for the Dolphins for a bit?
Yes, he launched that Rodman for a year.
Which was the craziest thing for us all to see.
And I think he actually did pretty well for that 1 year, didn't he? He did okay?
Third down back. He did good.
Yeah. So what else is going on, Tony? What else is up? Anything else?
No, this weather's getting nice now. It was like 22 degrees Celsius today, which is like, I don't know, 75 is 4-ish Fahrenheit. So
it's not bad.
Nice weather.
Now it is, yeah.
Get out there and pick some daisies.
I'll probably go out and smoke some weed tomorrow in the backyard.
Matter of fact, I'll probably go smoke some weed as soon as we drop off the panel.
No, I won't do that.
Oh, you're not a regular. It's kind of more of a casual.
Just too much of anything isn't good.
Not regular.
No, just once a week usually.
Right. Nothing wrong with that. It's good for the arthritis.
Yeah, arthritis. A lot of people move to Arizona.
I'm not saying that in a vacuum either.
You got arthritis?
It's high in CBG in particular. The particular cannabinoid is CBG that helps really well with inflammation. What it does is it helps your body regulate its immune system better so that it can actually properly fight. Because the reason inflammation is caused is because your immune system is working on something. The easier it is to work on that stuff, the easier it is to keep the inflammation low. So that's kind of like a backdoor attack on inflammation with using the CBG.
Yeah, well, I take zinc in my vitamins.
Mm-hmm.
That helps my immune system, especially the zinc.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about some zinc too. Cause I'm like getting arthritis ridden as I get older, and it's like every day of inflammation.
Well, then you got to go to Arizona.
Oh yeah, no kidding. That's actually you're on, because every time we go out, we frequent that place a lot in vacation time, and over the last 10 or 15 years, and yeah, you're right. I've always felt great over there, like a new me, you know. That's why a lot of the people flocked out there back in the 1800s, getting away
from nice state
and stuff like that, you know, the dry climate.
Yeah, so I was watching the Florida news, and you guys, I mentioned this, And some of the politicians, they really seem indifferent to these rising property taxes. I mean, what's going on down there? I mean, it's really, really getting exorbitant to live down there.
It is.
And the mayor of Miami, he basically said, and I'm paraphrasing, if you don't like it, fucking move out of here or something.
They did, which is increasing the prices further north, like places where I'm at. I'm paying over $1,000 for what amounts to a studio apartment.
How much?
$1,035.
Oh my god!
Wow. I have a house and I'm paying like, I want to say $1,400 in taxes.
Yeah,
a month.
A month. Ryan is spot on. In
year.
particular, the strains that are high in CBG are really well for inflammation.
Well, America needs to go back to the Wild West. Less cops. Everyone can arm themselves with a shotgun.
Sorry,
Save
Tony.
money. All these first responders making like $120,000 a year. It's a disgrace. We got the same problem color up here in Canada. We got cops making more than lawyers. It's a disgrace.
Right. And then they wonder why the lawyers are swarmed with cases they can't fill, you know?
Oh, it's ridiculous. The amount of like, if you're a firefighter up here, you're making like to start over $100K a year.
And that don't count the bonuses.
Oh, I know. You're right. Exactly. I mean, all these public sectors, these teachers, they're just public sectors draining the taxpayers.
Somebody close to me in my life years and years and years ago got off on a DUI charge, but during the trial, his lawyer cross-examined the cop from the scene, and he was like, he went into everything. Oh, is it like to the jury? It's like, hey, can aren't you the guy that has like the most DUI arrests? Didn't you get awarded for all that? Blah, 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 as if to insinuate that he was just,
an agenda.
Rubber stamping DUI arrests. You know what I mean? Right.
Oh, I've dealt with my own copper. He charged me with careless driving. I fought it. There was a plea deal. I mean, it's just the same shit you guys deal with. We deal with the same shit up here.
I'm dropping the link again because somebody just showed up in chat that is absolutely would understand and probably enjoy taking advantage of the platform we're trying to create here.
I know who you're talking about too. So yeah, definitely.
We'll see.
Definitely come on in.
But I did want to say, real quick before I show that gentleman's comment, Ryan is spot on with RSO. I encourage everybody. Now, this is one of those things that most scientists would have still chalked up as pseudoscience because the research is still going on and all that, but it's been going on since 1977, and they isolated the molecules that help for inflammation in particular back in 1977. We've known this stuff. So but this gentleman, Rick Simpson, I encourage everybody to go to Google him, read his story about creating this oil out of cannabinoids and what he did for himself. It's one of those, hey, kind of like on the surface, it seems like one of those homeopathic crackpot stories or whatever, and the science is not in, and no scientists are embracing it and all that. But it is what it is, and I can tell you, at least for inflammation, that this gentleman's invention, this oil, which is called Rick Simpson oil or RSO for short, allows me to even use my hands in the morning. So, people can say what they want. Do for yourself the research, read the guy's story and what he did for himself, and it's actually not regarding inflammation, it's actually regarding skin cancer, but read it. It's good stuff. And shout out to the people that are really trying to you get the tropes out, you get all the people out, the typical, it can do this and that. Somewhere in the middle, it does do something for a lot of people, and it does have properties that do heal a lot of people in a lot of ways. And one of those is also epilepsy and things like that. So
does it help with depression, any of this?
Well, I'm sorry, Tony.
Does it help with depression?
Well, that's a given. They actually have strains that are kind of designed out to help with that. You know what I mean?
Some. Yeah.
Well, now that it's become legal in a lot of places, it's given a lot of these grow labs the opportunity to really get into the weeds, no pun intended, on how to actually genetically grow these different strains to bring forth certain cannabinoid characteristics, because the other cannabinoids have certain other properties, not just the THC, that help with certain things.
I know sometimes people make a blanket statement, "Oh, weed helps with depression." I don't find that the case. Certain
that's what I'm saying.
strains,
and that's kind of what I'm getting at, George, is that somewhere from that spectrum to the old prude that thinks it's all crackpot science, there in the middle somewhere, there is a lot of people being helped for a lot of reasons. And so I support the genuine research on the medical benefits of cannabinoids and all that. Even if I am a smoker and I'm a proponent of legalization and all that,
it's not legal in Florida though yet, is it? DeSantis won't legalize it.
No, quite the contrary. Rick's when the voters voted to legalize medicinal marijuana in Florida, our governor was Republican Rick Scott. And I'm stressing Republican for a reason, not to bash the guy or be political about it.
I remember that guy.
What side of the fence is fighting what side of the fence? You know what I mean? Because when Rick Scott was governor and we voted it, he looked at it as a more liberal, socially liberal voting base that needed to be tamed. And so he took the normal, the conventional Republican position of fight it every way I can. And at the executive level, I'll do these certain things to make their medicinal hopes harder, which is things like banning smokable forms and stuff like that.
So the cops,
if
you're smoking dope, like
when DeSantis got elected, because let's face it, Democrats don't really have a chance in Florida to get elected governor since Lawton Chiles.
Well, Gillum had a shot. And he doesn't have a shot anymore. He was found naked with a male prostitute.
We haven't had a Democrat governor since Lawton Chiles. That was like when I was a kid. You know what I mean? But that all aside, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, who replaced Rick Scott, in his first week, reversed that ban on smokable forms of marijuana. I'll let everybody else decide what they think about that, but that's the fact.
So medicinal marijuana is legal. Then you're saying DeSantis
in Florida, it is. Yeah,
he licensed to possess it. Yes,
correct.
Okay, that's
absolves you of any state law or state, consequence. But at the federal level, it still remains the same.
Oh, I know.
If the feds so chose, they could send the marshals into every state and arrest everybody else they wanted to for possession of marijuana. If they wanted. Have an inclination to do that in the state.
So Tony, I got a question that's outside of politics and medicinal marijuana and everything. Since we had the release of the schedule, what is your prediction for next year?
Right now, in full disclosure, Miami has disappointed me so much. I'm seeing 10, 11 wins, but if we could get Shredder, I could see maybe 12. But I see 10 and 7. I mean, Tua, I need to see more from him.
Okay.
So I'm seeing 10 and 7. Playoffs are iffy. I think we'll make them at 10 and 7, but no guarantees.
Okay, so 10 to 11 wins is where you're at right now, right?
Yeah, basically.
Now, does it have to be JC Treader?
No, but I mean he's the best available center out there, so I want the best. But the thing is, he's a union turd. He wants tons of money. He's probably lazy. Doesn't want to practice. They probably don't.
Sorry, Jay.
The issue with him practicing is he was actually played mostly injured last year. He has a lot of injury issues, so that's why he doesn't necessarily practice all the time. That's also why we've twice tried to make him an offer, but he doesn't want to take our offer because the fact that
he wants more money.
he wants more money, and we're paying him based on the fact that he has injury issues.
Yeah, so there's Matt Paradis. He's got injuries too. A lot of centers have injury problems.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Would it's kind of the nature of the beast, no pun intended.
If we were to add a center, let's say we add a decent center, not necessarily JC Treader because he's already said no to us twice. Would you say we were more around the 12 wins? Do you think? Would you go from like 10 to 12 or?
Look, it's a foregone conclusion. Armstead's going to miss 3-4 games. Okay. If they don't bring in a center that's at least good or above average, then they got to get Darrell Williams, this right tackle. He can play guard. He can play basically every position except center. Okay. We have to be prepared. I don't want Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson starting in one game. Both of those guys starting. I have high hopes for Eichenberg, but still, I mean, Armstead's going to go down. So don't be surprised if Greer, maybe he's got to be looking at Darrell Williams. I think he's made some Pro Bowls for the Bills. I'm just so sick and tired of this team. For years, the offensive line has been shit. Am I wrong?
Here's the thing, though. The offensive line, I understand it's been a concern. In 2020, I think our offensive line performed better than this past year. Part of that, I also feel like with the coaches we brought in, even the people that underperformed last year, I think they could perform with all of the different, additions to our coaching staff. And, I think collectively, they can make sure that they put them in a position to succeed. Now, do I think we need another center? Yes, I do think we do need a center to either push Dieter or, compete with Dieter for a starting position. I definitely agree center is very important. Now, can I live with just a center pickup and, leave Eichenberg and Austin Jackson fight for a right tackle? Yes, I can. In fact, Austin Jackson played a very similar, scheme at USC that we're going to be running. So he actually, may have one leg up compared to Eichenberg and whoever.
What do you do when Armstead goes down for 3-4 games? You're going to start Jackson left tackle and start Eichenberg at right tackle?
There's a couple different things, but how do you know for sure he's going to go down 3 or 4 games?
Oh, I can guarantee it. Unless I'm dead, I'll be coming back here, and I'm not suffering from I told you so syndrome. Okay, Persian, I'll be telling you, I told you so. And this is why if we don't get Treader, okay, we got to go out and get a tackle like Williams that he can start at right tackle. He can play inside at guard. I just don't want any excuses for Tua. I want to put him in a position where, you know what, it's on you, kid. If you're shit, we'll move on from you. We got all this draft capital next year, and that's it. Because we've been playing this bullshit quarterback game since Marino left. And Marino, I love Marino, but Marino was garbage his last 2 years, really. He lost it. He was unhealthy. Okay, through all these interceptions. I want a good quarterback. I want a great quarterback. So, and I think Greer was the trade for Josh Rosen. It was a great trade. It didn't work out, but you know what? Keep trying. And this is what Dave Hyde said. I think was it Hyde? You keep trying, okay, until you get someone. Eventually you will hit. Look at the Bengals. They were okay. You're eventually going to get, and they had Carson Palmer and some bad luck. He wasn't great, but he was good. Miami, if they keep swinging, they're eventually going to hit on a quarterback, right? I mean, eventually you will win. You're going to win eventually. So if Tua's not the guy, then they go out and they can get someone next year and try it out. But I want to put all the talent around him. Okay. And remember, this is a guy, I mean, when we go up to Buffalo, not far from where I live, okay, we it's the weather is going to be cold. It's going to be cold. Okay, if we make the playoffs, we're not going to win the division. I don't believe at all. We're going to be going to Baltimore, Buffalo, Tennessee, Kansas City. It's going to be cold. It's going to be damp. It's going to be windy. We need a running game. Tua doesn't have the strongest arm. So what I'm saying is fair.
Absolutely is.
It is fair, you know. So I definitely hear your concern, you know, and drafting a QB is never guaranteed, and I guess you gotta keep trying till you hit. You know. So
and to be honest with you, Tony's giving more deference to Tua than I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like his legs. He looks bigger.
Sure.
That's what I want. I want him to keep lifting those damn weights.
You just want a good quarterback. Don't matter what the name is. If Tua wants to be that guy, come get some, Tua. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't pick on anyone. I want to give everyone a fair shot. I mean, I don't like people that don't give other people a fair shot. And just in life in general, I've had a tough life. I want everyone to be given a fair opportunity. And yeah, I mean, you look at politics. One of my favorite politicians, Culler, you're going to laugh, Ralph Nader.
Well, I wouldn't laugh about that.
Okay,
I get why people liked him.
I am a socialist. I believe you got to be fair to the people. So,
well, you're a Canadian. We thought that was a given.
You got to be well. I know, but it's not. We got all these old rich white conservatives that are, don't want to spread the wealth. So.
All right, Farrah Fawcett. We appreciate you coming up and giving us your thoughts. Hang backstage if you want to be part of the group panel when we're done with the next. Guys, Ali, how many more are you going?
How many people we have backstage right now?
We have one more right now backstage.
Okay, let's go one more. We'll recap. Make sure everybody is still voting. I've gotten more votes now on Twitter, so that's good.
Awesome. Oh yeah,
make sure you like and subscribe.
Remind everybody. So you're going to be going to Ali.Persian over at Twitter.
At Twitter.
And you're going to be voting on the show title going forward as Exhale, Late Night Exhale, or Late Night Woosah.
Yeah, you guys get to pick the name of our show, and we'll announce it on the next show. In addition, if you want to follow me at the same time, feel free. I will follow back. So definitely.
Yep. So thanks a lot, Tony. We appreciate you, buddy. I'm going to just drop you back so you can hang. And we have probably going to be the final guest for tonight individually is the great, the measured KP. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, Culler? What's up, Persian? What's up, Ali? Congratulations on the success with it. Yes,
thanks, man. How's it going? How's everything?
Good, man. Just relaxing on a Saturday night, talking some football, man. Can't ask for anything more,
Definitely.
As far as my vote,
so here's our new show. Good.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead with what you're going to say. I'm sorry.
I'll say I was going to vote for the late Woosah, with some reggae vibes behind that. And I think you got a winner.
See, there you go. You agree. Pancakes and reggae, right, KP?
Pancakes.
That's my vibes.
Definitely. So our new show is based about giving you the floor to speak about whatever you want to speak about. If you want to be about the Finns, you want to be about the sports world, or anything that happened this week, you can get it all on the floor, and we're here to listen. The only pushback or questions you might get is only from me and Culler. Until we get to the panel portion, then you may get feedback from other people. But right now, the floor is yours, sir. So whatever you'd like to talk about.
Right. I'm hoping that this is a successful approach because, man, regularly it's guns blazing on these shows. You know what I'm saying?
I definitely hear that.
I'm usually a laid back guy, so I've had to adjust that to that tempo typically on these other shows. But yeah, man, I'm here to talk Finns, man. The conversation you were having with Pepperoni there about the offensive line, I think is critical to a success and our success as a whole. Um, and you're right. I mean, having a running game in those northern late season games is also going to be critical. I want to see Austin Jackson and Eichenberg both become players that meet the quality at that of the place in which they were drafted. So we'll see. We'll see if this new zone blocking scheme is more suitable to their talents. It better be, because I think there are going to be some jobs on the line if we don't make the playoffs this season. So,
yeah, I definitely understand that. You mentioned the offensive line. Some people have brought up Darrell Williams, or other people that could bring in. Is there somebody you want to see them bring in specifically?
Well, I think they've done just about everything they can in terms of free agency. A Treader might be a slight upgrade over Dieter, but Dieter's arrow is pointing up still. He's still young enough to develop. And then the same thing with Jackson and Eichenberg. I think just like Tua, they need to be given this year to show their improvement, to show their ability in this new scheme. After 3 years in the league, I think Eichenberg will be his second year, right? We should see at least some marginal improvement for both. And I think that'll be enough when you combine that with Armstead and Williams, who were brought in as, the big veteran free agents. I think we have the makings of a nice group there, minus any freak, rash of injuries throughout the entire line, But so I think we're set.
Yeah, I think they are going to bring maybe one or two more people in, and it doesn't necessarily have to be through free agency. We could make, some small trades. In addition, come June 2nd, when cuts happen, because, there's, people that are going to be cut after June 2nd, there might be somebody sitting there pretty that we're going to want to, go after maybe possibly. So that's possible. And that also adds to why we might be holding on to this. What is it? We have like 19 million, 20 million still.
Okay, it was that much? I thought it was like 10, 11. I thought it was like 10, 11 million.
No, we prior to the draft, we had like 21 million. But if you look at what those draft picks were going to cost us, we didn't need more than $1.5 million for it. So why are we holding on to, 19, 18 million now at this point? We don't know. And I think it's because one of two things. We are going to bring in another body or two. And, that might happen after June 2nd or right before camp starts. Or it could be for trade deadline. We have a feeling of who we want to bring in, and it might not happen until week 6. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's something
I think that money would be best the other actually, because if you revamped, upgraded AFC as a whole, you're gonna need some pass rushers. You're gonna need to be solid on that D line. To put some other quarterbacks back in on the injured reserve. So an Akeem Hicks, Calais Campbell. You want to bring in guys of that quality to really put in rotation on the line, keep everybody fresh, year round.
Definitely. And that's actually the second position. On top of center, I could see us bringing in like a Hakeem Nicks or someone along that line, because we do need to, even though we have Christian Wilkins and Davis and Seiler and we have a couple other guys too. Adam Butler, yes. We have these guys. I still feel we need more. We need more of that. You know what I mean? And I wanted to make sure that if one of these guys go down, we have the next guy up. Just like the offense, how we have all these receivers, and it's placing out that we're going to have the first, second, and third stringers already in place where they can come right in and do the same thing. That's what I want to see on the defensive side too, personally.
Absolutely. But yeah, man, the show's running smooth, man. Again, man, big success on the show.
Thank you.
Culler, I got a link for you, Culler.
Okay. What do we got a link for?
I want you to Google. I want you to Google this: Colonel Thompson's tour of tropical Florida.
Okay.
It's a Scholastic article, but it's public. You don't have to download from any of the journals or anything like that. So it's free sourced, and it's about the possibilities for the state after the Civil War.
Oh, interesting. Digitalcollections.fiu.
Yes, absolutely. Check that out, and then
Yeah, I will. Thank you.
We can chop it up on that later, man. It's a really interesting article. In fact, if you just look at the first 2 pages, that's probably the most radical part of the document. And then when you get to the end, that you see why that possibility was totally negated when these guys get down to Miami and make their observations. So check that out, man. I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I will. Thank you very much. Hey, I wanted to ask you though, because I'm here to give pushback. I try to anyway, but you and I agree on a lot all the time, so it's hard to always push back on you. But I think I finally found something I can say. What's with the hat, bro? Are you really a Pirates fan?
No, not at all, man. Just my last, this KP, the P and KP.
Oh,
I got Philly hats, Pittsburgh hats.
Ooh, man.
Real quick,
KP. Cardinals fan, that's almost as bad as being a Steelers fan. You know what I mean?
I hear you, man.
KP, real quick. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying my dad used to have a Pittsburgh hat way back in the day, and I kind of fell in love with the style too. The one with the yellow stripes, the black one. That was like my favorite hat, man.
Yeah, the Clemente type.
Exactly.
I like that.
Real quick on that note, first of all, I absolutely respect the Pirates in comparison to like the Reds or the Brewers or the Cubs, but it is what it is. But we were having a conversation, Ali and I think it was about bridges in cities named after. What was that about, Ali? Was that you?
Bridges. Somebody asked about roads.
Somebody asked what the I know where it was. It was on JP's show, calling the game, the Marlins game.
It wasn't me.
There's like only a couple, like 2 bridges named after baseball players or something.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
One being Stan Musial over in St. Louis, and then the Clemente Bridge over the Allegheny.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, man. Clemente was the man. A little bit before my time. But I remember he certainly left a legacy.
Me too. You know how the baseball guys are. They start talking about like 1920s stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm going to sleep now.
Hey, KP, real quick.
Jackson. Yeah. What's up?
Real quick. So the schedule came out. Which game are you looking forward to the most?
Man, I've said this already. Week 3, Buffalo.
Buffalo. Okay.
Yeah, man. We got to talk about, man. I think we got involved in that game by any means.
What I just say?
Yes, I understand.
Kahari knows my mind. Kahari knows my mind really well.
For me, and it's only because of family and Q, who's in the chat. For me, it's Steelers game. It's the Steelers game. I need to beat the Steelers. Number 6 defense, according to Bleacher Report. We must beat the Steelers.
Well, seeing Q cry for a week is well worth the price, of whooping on the Steelers. So
I'll start singing that song like I want to sing that song like Prince. When doves cry, it'd be like when Q cries.
When Q cries, that's right. I'll be singing that all week too. Q, that's for you, Q. We gonna whoop that ass, man. With Flores on their sideline, you know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
But yeah, man, Pittsburgh. What was that?
What else do you have for us? Anything else you want to talk about? The floor is yours. Like I said, we don't want to take your time.
No, nothing much, man. Nothing much, man. Just chilling out after a long day. Some of the other conversations were interesting. You guys were talking about rise in real estate in Miami and that stuff. So I had some comments on that, but maybe it'll come up in the. I saw something. You were saying that most of the real estate in Miami is being bought up by investment firms or something like that.
some kind of comment? I thought
international investors. Yeah,
okay, international investors.
The foreign market. But that's been the case here for a while now in South Florida. They bought up everything along the coast. And so a lot of the old traditional neighborhoods have been, gentrified. People have been pushed out or pushed to other places in Florida, and that process just continues. And it was just a confirmation of what you guys mentioned earlier about, it being increasingly difficult for people in the traditional middle class to hang on here. Teachers, police officers, firefighters, nurses, etc. The whole public sector is suffering tremendously in this city. And I don't know what the future is going to be because it's pretty bad here, But Miami's become like this international hub, It's like Hong Kong, Taiwan, London, So it's gonna have skyrocketing prices, Cost of living is high.
Yeah, I completely understand that. I like here in where I'm at in Port St. Lucie area, the property tax has gone up depending on what part of Port St. Lucie you live on. Like I live in St. Lucie County, right outside the city, and my taxes are not bad. They're not horrible. And then you have my parents, most of my family who actually live in the city, and they pay up to 2 times, 3 times the amount that I pay. So yeah, so I know it's coming for me. At some point, I'm going to get hit with it. I know, but
I know I know more than 10 people who've moved up to Port St. Lucie over the last 10 to 15 years from my from my general vicinity down here. In fact, the latest is my aunt. My aunt just moved up there maybe a month ago.
Okay. Port St. Lucie is Florida's fastest growing city right now. When houses go on the market, they're gone within an hour. That's not a joke.
And I tell you this too, from in Palm Beach County. I mean, everybody in Kendall moved up to Palm Beach County.
Yep. I know some people in Palm Beach from down here too. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I went away for I lived out lived in St. Louis region for like 10 years. I came back here and it's like, wow. I mean, I really feel more like I'm in Miami than I ever have.
Oh yeah.
No offense to the demographic that's in Miami. It just hasn't always been that way. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And when I throughout my job, when I get down to the southern parts of Miami and roll through places like Kendall and see the ghost towns down there, I'm like, well, that just tells me that everybody just moved up to Palm Beach County. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's that's exactly how it is. In fact, not only is like the houses being sold or going that fast, it's also brought back to life the construction side of building homes as well. After the market crashed, it kind of went away, but now it's made. I see homes being put up every day, and they put them up fast here. That's how fast they're.
And don't forget about that western corridor south of Boca, north of Fort Lauderdale, that's growing really, really fast too, like Parkland, places like that. It's like,
but listen,
I think
it's going to be a metropolitan all the way from Miami.
There's entire towns out there that weren't even there when I left, 12 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, if a Publix goes up, it's going to be big.
I mean, where the stadium sits was never considered Miami Gardens jurisdiction.
But listen, all it's going to take to reverse this is one Hurricane Andrew style hurricane downtown Miami, which hasn't been hit since the 50s.
That tends to be true, KP. But the last time that happened, we're still dealing with all the iguanas and pythons from that. You know what I mean?
From Andrew, yeah. But see, that hit the southern end. It really didn't affect the urban core.
Yeah, there hasn't been a big formatting in a long time. You're right.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So I mean, I don't wish it on anybody, but it would be interesting to see how the city would respond to that, or how it would cope with something like that.
The engineers too, Well,
I think it would be a disaster.
There's a lot of storms we've taken over the last couple of years that would have caused disasters like that years ago.
Sure. I know they put in some technologies to drain water faster than ever before, that kind of thing. Built up the levees, the beaches, but I don't know. We'll see.
Oh yeah, there were people, riding canoes and surfing in their backyard after Hurricane David in the 70s.
Yeah.
We had people doing the ski-doo. Like we had a hurricane. When I moved here in 2003, we had Gene and Francis back to back within a week,
Right.
and there was whole street neighborhoods like 4 or 5 feet of water. No joke,
Wow.
right? And there was people ski-dooing through the neighborhoods. Like no joke. Like that's what we had
some
around.
fun. When electricity goes out,
I was up in the Ocala region when those 2 storms hit, and we actually got them pretty good because they kind of still were pretty hefty when they, by the time they got there. But we dealt with a lot of like downburst kind of stuff, like tornadoes and little stuff like that, trees in people's houses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But not like mega damage everywhere.
Definitely.
Oh, and then just before I go, one sleeper. I've been saying this on some other shows too, but keep your eyes on Sheldrick Redwine as the backup free safety to Javon Holland.
Okay.
No one's talking about him, but that's my guy.
Okay.
I'm rolling with Redwine. Okay. Former UM player, also former Miami Killian player. Yeah, former Miami Killian player, my high school. So
you went right for my jugular, didn't you, KP? You're like former UM player. Yeah, there you go.
There it is.
Hey, you're the one that forgot about OJ Anderson.
OJ Anderson, KP. How could I forget?
Yeah.
How did I not know that?
I think he graduated like 1980 or something, well before the dynasty was in place. So I don't blame him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me. But yeah, we'll mark you down for Sheldrick Redwine, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm marked down for River Craycraft.
Okay. My guy is the Redwine. We
probably have a better shot with yours than I do with mine.
You can mark me down for Tanner Connor, by the way.
Okay.
Tanner Connor, who's that?
See, that's how sleeper he is. He doesn't even know. So Tanner Connor is a 6'3", 230-pound receiver that has some amazing ball skills. Ran a 4.37, came out of Idaho State, right?
Okay.
Guy, we pulled up his picture earlier. He looks like a coach. Kid is young, but he looks like a coach. And
he's on the Dolphins?
He's at the Dolphins. He was an undrafted free agent. Now, he averages very similar numbers to Mike Gesicki, like the same amount of catches, touchdowns. One season, I think it was 2019 season or 2020 season, he had 8 touchdowns, right? And he is wide-bodied, very can catch all the 50-50 balls. Everything that everyone claims that Mike Gesicki does very well, I see this in film I've watched of this kid. He can do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he might be his replacement if he's traded, if Gesicki's traded.
Yes, and in addition to it, his numbers regarding the broad jump and the vertical jump, almost exactly the same to Gesicki.
Okay, because Gesicki was a hell of an athlete. He was a volleyball player, a basketball player too.
Yeah, definitely.
Incredible vertical, wingspan, all the whole nine. So interesting. I never heard of him. We'll see. I'll be out at training camp a couple times like I normally do.
Oh, I might run into you then because I'm going to try to go this year.
Oh yeah. Was it last season? Me and TD for a while we're out there. So I usually go to 2 or 3 of those a year and then catch 2 or 3 games live too. So
yeah, I have season tickets this year, so I want to make the most of it. I want to go to the preseason, the practices as much as I can. And
speaking of, as I was saying earlier, I never elaborated on it. We were able to procure our tickets for game 1 for opening day.
Nice.
And we were able to get in the 100 section, in the 100 level. I'm not going to say, I don't want to dox myself too much, man, because I know y'all haters are going to come crack me on the head or something.
Yeah, you got to watch out for Tuanon, man. Tuanon.
I know. Speaking of
Culler wants to sit there and banter with the opposing team. That's what he wants.
Right. Speaking of Tuanon and all that, we'll have something on that soon. Won't we?
Yeah, that's for later in the show. You have to wait to the end for the show.
Cool.
That's
all right, guys. Well, I'm gonna hang out in the back.
Yeah, please do, Kari.
If you want to pull me back up. So, all right.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, peace, guys.
Peace. So, Culler, do you want to reset real quick before we bring on the panel?
Yeah, if you'd like. And I was probably going to drop back when we bring the panel back up. That way, you can kind of address your panel. You know what I mean? We'll play it like
definitely.
that, I think, going forward.
I'm actually surprised Q didn't come up here. I talked some smack on purpose, and he didn't even come. So,
yeah. Well,
maybe
And Q, you're not the one I have to worry about, because I don't think, even if you did hate me, I don't think I'm worth like spending the energy, the money, and the time that it would take for you to come all the way from over there to go to a game just to crack me on the head.
In addition, you can leave the link there if people want to join that didn't do individual. That's fine. They can still come on the panel.
Sure. Yeah. People can come up on the panel if you didn't get a chance.
And
to have
just as a reminder, as we just mentioned, I do have something special, something to leave you all with to think about. It's a mystery that we'll talk about after the panel. So check that out. It will be a continuing segment that we have for you guys every episode.
Yep. And just remember, if you need anything, if you need to gear up, go to Fanatics. They got all the official gear, officially licensed. We got a link in the description below.
Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Also, you can go to my panhandle, which is right there on the screen on Twitter, and vote for what the name of our show is. Please vote. You have all day from when we started this show, 24 hours to vote. So please do. Please tell your friends, whoever you want. And if you follow me on Twitter, I will follow back. So just give me a day or so to get through everybody. I will definitely follow you back.
So. You can also hit us up for some gear.
I like that. I might look that.
Wear that to the game. Just find out how many people.
I might get that right there.
The flip-flops? Or the tank top.
The tank top. That's what I like. I like that.
Right. That'd be, well, considering that I did get on the sun side, I'll probably want to maybe wear a tank top that day.
I gotta get back into shape though before I wear it. I don't want to. I got that dad bod, when you're a father and you're comfortable and you got the COVID-20 that you add to it. I got to lose that.
And so tell us, Ali, where you can also find more great content along these lines.
You can find it right here on the Finn's Tailgate with Tonk 7, TMI Tuesdays with Culler and Tonk. Let me tell you, there's some great stuff they talk about, some stuff about good charity and other groups and stuff like that they talk about there. So I definitely recommend to actually check them out on Tuesdays. You can also check out Culler Commentary on Thursday nights, talk about some great debates, some good content from Culler, man with the best voice on YouTube.
And we forgot to mention our great our great proprietor of this network.
Oh yeah, go ahead
with night at 10 o'clock, the great El Capitan.
Yes,
but you all know that.
Yeah, he's always going to be on. Pretty much, what days is he on usually?
Just about every day if he can, if he's got the energy to do it. If he's not on, it's because he ain't got the energy, and sometimes even I fill in then, so we try to go every night. Off season's been tough, but thanks to the audience, thanks to you guys keep showing up every night. I mean, so it's only going to get more during the season. So we're actually we're happy with it. We're just grateful is what we are.
Definitely.
To everybody that shows up on May 15th at, in the morning on us, to talk football. We love our team.
And you guys made you come into my first show. I mean, with Culler and everything. I thank you. Thank you guys so much. I'm very humble. I really am.
And really, I know it sounds cliche because everybody has to say those things. Otherwise, you're never going to get off the ground. Let's be honest. But there really is. It is to a level that I think I wish you guys would be able to understand, because not everybody receives everybody as well as you guys have. And there's a lot of things that we just don't talk about that everybody knows that happens that, gets a little taxing, even if you have a thick skin, you know what I mean? So that's kind of what Ali's idea was stemmed out of, late night exhale or late night woosah,
through this whole week of misinformation, real information. Did you, he said, she said, BS all throughout the week. And you build up all this pressure and anxiety and you just want to let loose and get your point across. This is the show to do it. You can come on, you can tell us what's up. Well, listen, me and Culler may have some pushback on little things, here and there, or we may give our opinion. But if you want to talk about something specific, it's your time to bring it up individually with us.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're trying to do like, hey, individual people. You don't. Sometimes you want to come up and say something, but you don't want a whole panel attack you over it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Exactly. We see the need for that.
Definitely.
So Ali did at least, and I definitely agree with him.
Yeah, so I that's how I see it. Everyone has great points. Me and Culler are not always right, and we're not always wrong, but everybody has a valid point and a valid.
No, I'm
opinion.
sorry, bro. I'm always right, dude. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's more like 40-60. You're 40% right. I'm 40% right. Yeah,
I'm as right. I'm as right as how many times we're gonna beat Buffalo. How about that?
So that means you're out of 3 chances, you're always right. Because that's how many times we're going to have to play them if we really want to get to that 20-0 that I keep talking about.
Yeah, it would be nice to start talking about them in terms of a 3-game series instead of whether we're going to split with them every year.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, all right. So let's bring on the panel.
Yep, I'm gonna bring everybody back on. I'm gonna drop in the back.
Yeah, make sure you redrop. Make sure you redrop the link, by the way, just in case anybody else wants to join.
I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna come back for the last segment. I'm just saying that I'm gonna drop back for the panel so you can you can address people and
definitely
and some people might want to be able to talk without having me come back at them. You know what I mean? So that too. So thanks, man. I'll catch you. And here comes everybody. We still got Tony and Crypto back here. Anybody else is welcome to come up and
Hugh, come on, man. Face the music. How's it going, everybody?
What's going on?
Not much, man. How are you, Crypto?
All right. Good show, man.
Thank you.
And I guess the inaugural, I guess that's what it's called. The inaugural, right? Yeah.
Inaugural or pilot episode, if you want to call it that. We don't have a name yet, so we're voting on that. By the way, a reminder to everybody, again, I want everyone the chance to go and vote. Go to my Twitter. The handle is on the screen, or it will be on the screen. Yeah, it's right there. Go to at Ali the Persian, and you'll see my poll that I posted. Make sure you vote. The next episode, we will reveal what we went with as the winner. And we'll celebrate that some way special. I'm not sure how yet, but we will. We will think of something to do that'll be special for that. So we went from Farrah Fawcett to Joe Carter. Interesting.
Joe
Tony,
Carter.
Tony went to Carter. I don't know, Tony. Which one is that? The baseball player, Tony?
The baseball player that hit home run to win the World Series off Mitch Williams.
Against the Phillies.
I think so. I live outside Toronto.
Yep, he beat the Phillies.
You a Blue Jays fan?
That was a good game.
Yes.
How are they doing? I haven't been paying attention, so that's why I'm asking.
They're doing all right, but like most sports, with the exception of the Dolphins, I just don't watch it as much. I used to be into hockey too as a kid. I just not into it as much. I stick with the Dolphins.
I used to be a big Red Wings fan. I grew up when the biggest rivalry in the NHL was Colorado. Red Wings versus Avalanche. Yes, exactly.
Yes, I remember.
Bloodiest fights. Yeah, the bloodiest fights, the bloodiest of everything. I'll never forget when I forget who it was skating back to get to the bench, and somebody came up behind him, and he went face first right on the edge corner of the wall. Right, his face looked like his face blew up on screen. It was that bad.
Oh, they were dirty. Who is your favorite Red Wing? Fedorov. I love Fedorov.
Fedorov used to be really good.
Yzerman,
I would say, or Shanahan. We also had great defender Chelios. I don't know if you remember him. He used to play for Chicago back in the day.
He used to play for the Montreal Canadiens back in the day. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he did. That's right. Oh my God, I forgot about that.
I know hockey. I'm Canadian.
Of course you do. You know it better than I do.
Do you remember the Hartford Whalers jerseys? Those were sick. The green jerseys.
Yes, I remember that.
Man.
Yeah. My parents were big Penguins fans, but I was always a Red Wing fan. I was only 45 minutes from Detroit, so that's why I went with Red Wings. So
64. Do you like the Blackhawks?
No, that's where I'm from.
Yeah, you're from there, but what's your
Do you like
your
a hockey
team
team?
in
Yeah.
hockey?
No, my
Do you
hockey
watch
team
it?
is my hockey team is the Blackhawks.
Do you
But I
remember
live in
Eddie
Maryland now.
Belfour, Eddie the Eagle?
At Beach My Ed Belford, the goalie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy Roenick back in the 90s.
Right. Yeah. Those were terrific players.
Yeah.
Those he didn't let nothing past them.
And I gotta say, when I think Chicago in the 90s, I think of Family Matters, Steve Urkel.
Steve Urkel,
Yeah.
Did I do that?
Yeah. Steve, I don't care what you say to this
I
day.
love that show.
Yeah.
I don't care what you say to this day. That what's his name? He plays for the Pelicans now. CJ McCollum looks just like Urkel.
Somebody told me that. I have to check this guy out.
Yeah,
Somebody
he
told me
does. He looks exactly like him.
that. What was his name
Like,
again?
CJ McCollum.
CJ McCollum?
Yeah.
Pulling it up.
Pull
Oh, yeah, he
up his
kind of
picture.
does.
Oh, snap. He does. He looks like the older version.
Yeah.
Look at him. You see it? He looks just like Urkel.
He actually
it's like
looks
his
like
double.
Remember when Urkel did the episodes where he would come out like really slick and cool, like the sexy Urkel? That's who he looks like.
Right.
You go through like the science machine that he put up and he
That's
changed.
the version.
Fuck.
Yeah.
That's the Urkel version he looks like.
Yeah.
Is it me or like classic TV? Like I'm not when I say classic, I'm talking about like during the 90s.
We don't have it anymore, man. It's all gone.
It's all garbage, dude. Like, for example, I used to grow up watching TGIF, right? And you had like Family Matters, Full House, and what was the God, what was it called? There was a show about the two cousins, and one cousin was from out of town. He was a foreigner, and God, I'm trying to think the name of the show, but it was really funny. And the guy,
I think I know the show.
Yeah. Oh God, they worked in like an antique shop.
Well, I even late 90s. I watched. It was into the 2000s, but usually late 90s. Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Yeah.
I
Sabrina.
love that. I love Boston Public too.
Boston Public, yeah, I remember them old shows.
We just don't have these shows anymore. It's just
if you have cable, full cable, you can get it on Antenna TV. They play a lot of the old sitcoms.
That's true.
Antenna TV does.
Is Antenna TV? Is that the old TV Land that they used to have?
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Oh, the show I'm talking about, I think it's called Perfect Strangers. I think it's Perfect Strangers. It's the show I'm thinking.
Perfect Strangers, yeah, that's another one. Two's Give Me a Break. Three's Company.
Yeah,
they'll come on.
It is Perfect Strangers. That's the guy, and the actor was Bronson, and I can't never pronounce his last name. Pinshot, but he was this guy. I think he was from
I was gonna pop in and suggest it. Perfect Strangers. Yeah, it's Bronson Pinchot.
He played this guy that I think he was from like Greece or somewhere, and he had this accent, and it was so funny, like because it kind of shed light to the funny things foreigners would do.
He was Selge in Beverly Hills Cop.
That's right, he was. Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Achmel. Yeah, I remember Selge.
That was a good movie too. They just don't make them like they don't make them like
they don't. But Crypto's right. Plus, on like, you'd be surprised. Like if you hook up some rabbit ears to your TV because they've digitized everything, all of those airwaves are empty now. So like across those frequencies, so they've devoted to them to like providing high definition television, basically, with like kind of all these old channels. So like each one of your locals, ABC, CBS, NBC, whatever the local affiliate is, they'll usually have like a -2 and a -3 and sometimes a -4 where they'll actually have some decent programming on throughout the day.
Yeah.
Some of them being like Western channels or whatever, and a lot of them
if you have a really good antenna, not like a really super expensive one, but a decent one that can have better range, you'd be surprised. You get like 70 or 80 channels for free.
And it's all full high definition 1080p because they have the bandwidth to do that now, since there's not all the regular stuff cable running across the airwaves.
Yep.
And another thing too, is football games. Yeah, we all want to watch. You think that our first instinct, fire up the cable TV or the direct TV on the big screen TV and your whole platform. No, hook it up over your router ears, put it on whatever the local affiliate is. You'll get a way better picture. It's full 1080p, and you're gonna get it. You're gonna have the least latency of anybody watching the game. You're gonna be bound to nothing but the censorship delay from the network. You know what I mean?
That's right. That is definitely right.
Yeah. It's actually a better experience, because believe it or not, unless you have I think it's still only the Dish Network that was doing the whole actual progressive scan 1080, but I think they still all scale it back to 1080i, coming through the cable and whatever.
Hey, can someone make sure that they're timing out the sex chat spam?
Oh yeah, I don't have the regular comments up. I can hold on, guys. I can actually block them from StreamYard.
Please do.
But an error keeps occurring, so I've only been able to time them out. But the mods for those ones, I kind of just told everybody to give me a second because they can only hide them and all that. Whereas from StreamYard, we can actually block the user.
Okay.
So sometimes it's, if I get to it quick enough, we can actually block them and that particular bot won't come back, even though they'll send another one.
Q says we're all old as fuck. I feel so old. I don't even feel my age.
All right.
Oh
yeah.
So
different strokes, yeah. Different strokes was great. Silver spoons. Oh, Kahari.
Yeah, different strokes.
Before I jump back again, speaking of silver spoons, first of all, Punky Brewster, the guy that played the father, was the commandant in Police Academy.
That's right.
On Silver Spoons, the father there, Joel Higgins, I actually met him in a Publix in the Publix in Palm Beach when I was a kid. But
that's actually really cool.
That was fun. That's the highest list celebrity I've ever met in public down in Florida.
Yeah.
Anyway, catch you guys later.
Anyway, so how's everything else with everybody? Hope you enjoyed the show.
Good.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
I got a question for you guys. So you guys watched the draft, you saw where the players went. Who do you guys think has the best chance at rookie offensive player of the year?
Rookie offensive player of the year?
Yeah.
It's very narrow list given that we only picked 4 players.
Not just the Dolphins. I'm talking about league wide.
Oh,
who has the best chance? For example, I'll give you some examples. Garrett Wilson, he has Zach Wilson. Right.
Yeah.
And you have Olave has Jameis Winston.
Olave. Yep. That's a good one.
The guy that you liked, the receiver you liked, I think it was London, right?
Dotson.
You like Dotson?
Yeah, he went to the Commanders.
That's right. I don't even know who their QB is now. I think they have some. They have Wentz. Right?
They got Carson Wentz, so that's a very good pickup for them. That's not bad. I was hoping that he didn't slide to the Chiefs or somebody.
Yeah. But also,
he didn't. He cracked the top 15, so he was good. He's what I expected.
I'm actually kind of surprised the Colts let him go. Yeah. Who do the Colts have anyway? Who do they have as a quarterback now?
Matt Ryan.
That's right, Matt Ryan. That's right. Here's my take. I think I'll tell you who I think the offensive rookie of the year has the biggest chance. Right, and I think it's because really when I look at the roster at the receiving core, I can only really see that since Devontae Adams isn't there anymore, Christian Watson is who I think is going to be Offensive Rookie of the Year. With Aaron Rodgers passing to him,
yeah, that would be, yeah.
That's who I think. I'm not discounting Garrett Wilson. I still think Garrett Wilson and even Chris Olave could become way better receivers. Right now, with the quarterback in place, I think they have the biggest chance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would go with our guy. I go with our guy, but to be honest, when you got Waddle and Tyreek Hill there,
gonna fill up.
The balls you're gonna get are gonna be limited. So
yeah,
you know what I mean.
They're gonna be down. Yeah, you're not gonna have enough attempts. So yeah.
So anyway, so
I'm biased. I'm gonna have to go with my man, Johan Dotson.
Okay. All right. Hey, I was wrong. I could have swore that Garrett Wilson should have been the first receiver off the board, or Chris Olave, one of the two. But it was London, I think, was the first one, right?
Yeah, to Atlanta.
They needed a receiver, but
they needed one. Yeah, they needed somebody that can go with Kyle Pitts, so they can get their offense jump started.
This is true. I don't know why they went with London. I thought he was good, but I see better outcomes with Garrett Wilson or even an Olave, to be honest.
Yeah, with that offense. Yeah, with that particular offense. Yep. Mm-hmm. But they I mean, it was a win-win situation for them. I think this receiver class is deep. The next 3 receiving classes is going to be deep. So it's going to be good. That's going to be the wave of the NFL,
When we say that the 2023 draft, the draft capital is way more valuable than this draft, we're not kidding. The amount of talent, both at QB, running back, receiver talent, it's way better than what this draft
Which means we can stand pat and we could still get anybody we want.
In fact,
we don't even have to get crazy and start trading up. We could sit at our picks and we still be okay.
Yeah, in fact, based on where we're speculated to land, our first pick would be landing. We still have a chance at getting Bijan Robinson, which is the running back I want next year.
Right, because running backs you got to factor in running back needy teams. If there's going to be enough running back needy teams that's willing to take a chance at putting him as a piece to start.
Well, if you look at our running back, and if you look at the running back roster that we have the entire running back room on a 1-year rental. All of them. They're only all of them are all on 1-year rentals. So on Ahmed, 1 year.
If we use the first round, we can get them 5 years. And don't have to worry about those people we rented.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah. I don't, Mostert is only on a 1-year
target. A first round, that would be a good target. A first round.
Yeah.
Let's say, that's a.
Or now, do understand this is based on the fact that we don't go QB next year.
Right.
Because that's also a possibility.
That's if we don't. Right. If we have to go QB, then we'll either sit pat and go move up, or we'll just take the because a lot depends on who's at the top of the draft. The quarterback may not be necessarily taken because, as you see, there was a lot of bad teams before. It took 20 teams before this first quarterback went off the board. So hopefully a lot of quarterbacks is not needed as well next year, so we don't have to give up capital to move up.
This is true. I'm not trying to be biased here, but it's already been kind of speculated that my college team's quarterback is going number 1, and that's CJ Stroud. If you watch the tape, he reminds me
from Florida?
No, from Ohio State. I'm a big Buckeye fan. Yeah. I know Floridians are saying I'm flawed. I get it. I know Culler's back there. Your team cheated. We got the championship stolen from us back in, I forget what year was that. Culler will come on and tell me.
That's because Ohio State is used to stealing the championship.
All I heard was our team got their championship stolen, and I immediately thought Ohio State versus Miami.
Yes, what year was that? 98?
They stole it from us.
That was in the Tostito Fiesta Bowl, I believe, in
2003.
Oh, 2003.
I want to say 3, maybe.
Yeah, 2003, 2002, yeah.
And the irony is, you know how they make all the gear for both teams, supposing both team wins and they end up just burning the other stuff. Whoever doesn't win.
Yeah.
Well, I have procured somehow a wool hat that celebrates the Hurricanes as that year's national champions in the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl.
Oh man.
Good.
Man.
I bought it at like an Eckerd or something back when Eckerd was still around.
Yeah.
And, it was just one of those randos because they kind of sell. Sometimes they sell, the stuff that is getting, the whatever.
Did we really steal it, or was it the referees?
Well, I can tell you this, and this is how I know it's real. Okay.
Okay.
Referees needed the money.
I'll actually use credit to Ohio State against them in my case, right?
Okay, I'm listening.
So the guy that got called for pass interference on that play, okay, your guys' tight end had been beating that guy all night long, all night. It was laughable. That's why the game was even close. Because our secondary was getting beat all night long. Okay. Now, when it came down to that play, again, our defender was so beat on that play, he would have had to have Inspector Gadget arms to commit a pass interference on that guy. The guy just dropped the ball. And then the flags came out.
Right.
Just saying.
That was back when Miami was part of the Big East, wasn't it?
I think we were still in the Big East at that time, yeah.
Yeah. I remember now.
Yeah. So the fact that you could say that, yeah, your guy was beating our defender all night. You're right. And he beat him on that play too. But he dropped the football. And our guy got called with a flag not 10 yards away from the guy. I'm probably exaggerating, but it was so blatantly obvious. There was so much money to be made in a hurricane loss that night.
That was not good, Culler.
Went to double overtime.
Public platform now because I've wanted to go public with that for a long, long time, man. And I'm not one of those people that are like sour grapes and I don't recognize that, blah, blah, blah. But in this case, I have reserved the right one time, my one mulligan in my whole sports life of watching sports to say that I don't recognize Ohio State as national champions that year. Sorry. Never will.
That was the team that had Willis McGahee, Ken Dorsey, and Andre Johnson, right?
It's possible. Yeah, it was early 2000s, so it's possible.
Yeah, and I think it also had a guy named Kellen Winslow Jr., who I think played for the Browns.
The Browns drafted him.
It did.
And it wasn't his dad famous. Winslow was his dad famous or something?
Yeah,
he was the wide receiver for the Steelers.
When you see
for the Steelers,
guy helping the guy off the field with the Chargers after they finally beat us in the longest game ever played.
I'm thinking about Len Swan. My bad. Yeah, Winslow played for the Chargers. That's right.
Yeah, I think it is the Chargers. I think you're right.
Yeah, that's right. He played for the Chargers. I'm thinking about Len Swan.
Guy in the famous picture getting helped off the field from cramps because after the longest game of all time between the Dolphins and the Chargers. It went to like 50 billion overtimes. And all of a sudden, nobody could kick a short field goal.
Yeah.
It was in San Diego, I believe. Which at that time, that particular night was like a Miami type night, hot, humid. You know what I mean?
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, look, it's a famous picture. I mean, even just historically, you'll probably see that picture of him getting helped off the field in the Hall of Fame. I'm sure they've got that hanging in the Hall of Fame.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, that was a wild game.
I think Junior got drafted by the Browns, if I'm not mistaken, and fizzled out there.
Yeah, Junior actually got drafted by the Browns. he had like one decent season, and then he had a lot of off the field issues that started. That's basically was the
Let's
downfall
face
for
it,
him.
he's the son of a great. He's not the great. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He was
very
right.
few people can say that they're the son of a great and still be great. You know,
Well, you know, give credit to the juniors that do succeed because
Ken
they
Griffey Jr. Ken Griffey.
they actually do have more off the field issues to overcome because they've lived a life more of luxury compared to the senior that came before them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think that. I think that's the issue because they didn't have the tribulation and trials that their father or the people before them had to go through to get to that success
True,
level.
but they translate
didn't
that to
experience
the trials and tribulations of being young and rich.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, I mean that too. Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
You know what I mean? Like some
Yeah.
people say those are just as much trials and tribulations, you know, from that perspective.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I completely
The
understand.
type of jail you go to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whether you're wearing a business suit and hanging next to Gotti or whether you're, you know, hanging next
Q,
to
you're leaving us?
Nazi guy.
Later, I've had a long day. Great debut, LE. Y'all have a good morning, fellas.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Q. I really appreciate you coming.
Appreciate you modding for us too.
Yeah. And don't forget, guys, I got a little mystery thing at the end here. What time is it? 2:15?
2:15, and I told everybody we wouldn't go till 2 in the morning. Look at that.
I know. Here we are.
Happens fast, don't it? Oh, by the way, we literally just hit the 4-hour even mark, like 15 seconds ago.
Well, on that note, let's go with ending thoughts, end thoughts, and then you can stay on Culler for this little mystery fun stuff.
Yep, final segment basically.
Yeah, final thoughts. So
we make sure you guys stick around and listen all night.
Yeah, so Crypto, you go first. Tell me what your final thoughts are.
Still watching, get a special treat for next, leading into next week. Get a nice cliffhanger for next week's show.
Yeah, and so go with your final thoughts, Crypto. Tell me what you want to talk about. Whatever you can go ahead and it could be about the show, about the fans, about how we're going to kill the Steelers. Whatever you want to talk about.
The Postal Service, crypto, whatever.
Yeah, Postal Service is doing pretty good. Don't get discouraged because of a semi-bear market in crypto. It'll be fine. It always bounces back. So markets go up, markets go down, markets go sideways. There's just find a good project, invest in it, do your due diligence, and everything will be fine. It may seem like a lot of blood in the streets when you have $8 billion of evaporation of an asset or a protocol. Well, not 8 billion, actually $18 billion evaporation of wealth that happens in 4 days. Well, we had $1 trillion evaporations in the stock market before, so it all eventually finds its way back to break even or above it if you find the right thing to make your timely investments in. I'll put it that way. So as far as the crypto side of things, but the same thing in any other asset investment. It's just a matter of sticking to it, and having faith that what you did your homework on. That's the best way I can put it. But as far as the Dolphins, anything less than 20-0 is an outright failure. I'm going to even extend it. Even if our punter even sees the football field, that's a failure. There you have it. No punting this season. If we punt, it's a failure. We should be scoring touchdowns every 2 downs. That's the way I see it. Nothing more, nothing
brutal,
less.
Dude. You're brutal.
That's Culler. Hey, man. If that ain't optimism, I don't know what is.
Well, I did feel that way when I was a kid. It was like,
to go with that.
Win. What are we talking about? Win.
Well, to go with that, I'm going to say that I expect us on our first drive to score. It's going to be touchdown or field goal. We're always going to score on our first drive. With the talent we have, there should be no reason why we can't.
I have
Yes,
a
that
feeling it's
first
going to be
drive.
like the 1990 when we just came out of the gate really fast and nobody expected it, and we were all like,
Right.
And
turning
if you
heads,
think
you
about
know?
it, plays into Tua's
1990 is what it
abilities,
is,
man.
Color.
Tua is a rhythm quarterback. He plays off of rhythm. You slow that game down, he slows
Yeah.
down. You know what I mean? You come out, blaze, fast, pass. I expect 1-2 runs, then the punch, 2 jabs and a punch. That's what I expect.
Like
And
Muhammad Ali.
yeah, we're gonna be moving like butterflies and stinging like bees, and that's not a joke.
Yes.
I'm not
2
trying to be
jabs and a
cliche.
punch.
I'm being legit.
2 jabs and a punch would put that at about 66%.
Yeah. Yeah. 66%, 2 jabs and a punch. There
There
you
should be
go.
no reason why we can't score
Who
on our
show
first
was we
drive.
talking about Mike Tyson on? Was that Larry? Was that Larry or Batman?
It started on it was on Stephen D's channel. No, it was on Batman's channel, I think, first.
Yeah, I think
Batman.
it started on Batman.
And then it came over here because someone made comment to it, and I had to say that I think Ali is the GOAT of boxing. Just my opinion.
Well, Mike Tyson said it that he was the GOAT, but it came out of Tyson's own mouth. He
That
said
Ali's the GOAT?
They asked him who. Yeah, they literally asked him who's the greatest of all time, and he said it. He said Muhammad Ali is.
You think about it. Okay, I'm not going to take anything from Tyson. Tyson was a brawler, and he was
That's
the
what he
best
was.
of his generation. Okay, I'm not
Yeah.
going to lie about that. But
That's
when
true. He's the best.
you come and look at pure boxing talent, the man could move like no other, hit you faster than no other, and talk smack to you like no other.
No other than
Right?
Tyson.
I don't even think Tyson talks smack. He just came in this.
You didn't need to. That's the point.
Worst boxing match I ever watched, 15 seconds. That's how long it lasted. I forget who it was.
Tyson didn't talk smack. He smacked talk.
No, he didn't. Yeah. That's what.
But I forget who it was, but the white towel got thrown in after 15 seconds, bro. 15
Color,
seconds.
They made an
That's not a boxing
agreement.
match.
They made an agreement on who was going to get all the cash prior to the match.
Right.
That was like,
that's how Mayweather does it now. You know that for sure. No matter what, if he's losing or winning, he's getting the payday. You're paying him for whatever happens.
It's best being a loser nowadays in boxing.
That's the point.
That's why I said boxing is borderline WWE. It is not a joke. And it upsets me.
It's no different than playing poker with fake chips, dude. Like everybody's just going to go all in every hand.
With fake chips?
Like imagine playing poker with fake chips. Like, what's the point?
You're not really losing.
Everybody's just going to go all in every hand.
What was it, Mayweather, the fight that he had with, was it Pacquiao he fought? And
maybe I need to go get me some fake chips.
he got like $500 million, and Pacquiao still got like 300. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well,
that's how ridiculous it was.
They do
Pacquiao got a lot of money.
Have those all in or fold tournaments where your only move is to go all in or fold.
Yeah.
See, back in the day, it was all or nothing. You win or you get nothing, and that's how I still.
And to move things along, if you're the type of person that chooses to keep folding, the blinds still play, so you're forced all in on the blind.
Right.
Yeah.
So all in or fold.
Oh, you're a poker player?
I am.
I should invite you over sometime for poker night.
Anytime. I especially love private games.
$5 buy-ins though. Can you handle that?
Cool.
All right.
I used to do like 20s whenever I'd get a private game.
It depends on how people are feeling. If it's like a smaller group, then 20s we might do it. But you can still buy in more than 5, but it's minimum of 5 is what we usually do.
If you're talking about like having a few little tournaments throughout the night, then 5 is then you can keep buying, keep playing,
Yeah, that's basically what
people that only got 25 in their pocket, they get to play 5 tournaments, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm always up for that, man.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
I love stealing my friends' money.
Hey man, So for some people, it's just about paying for having a good time. That's
yeah,
what
of
it's about.
course.
That's
Of
true.
course.
So,
And for others, it's about taking that money back from the host.
Yeah.
Hey, I got to support the channel somehow.
Yeah.
It's all right.
No.
I usually take those who I take their money. I usually take them to dinner for it. You know.
I get. I've sat at the tables at the Hard Rock over by the Hard Rock, the
Right.
poker room, and I'm not bad. I can hold my own.
I haven't got to play at the Hard Rock because I moved out before it got really big there. But I used to play regularly. In fact, over at Dania Highlight, I actually had kind of an image going on over there. But that's how that is. That goes as quick as you built it. It goes. If you're not,
Yeah.
I spent 11 years out of Florida, so
Right.
Yeah.
You want to hear something that happened at the Hard Rock? So we went there kind of like a second half of my buddy's bachelor party. We had a bachelor party at his house. Everyone was there for one night, and then the second night we went to the Hard Rock, and we go to the poker room. You know, I kind of ran the table, and my friend sits down at my table. I was like, "Don't sit at my table. I don't want to take your money." So he sat at my table anyway, and I ran the table. So we go into the casino area where they got the slot machines. Like, I feel bad. I took this guy's money. So I felt like I was going to buy drinks for him the whole night or whatever. And I was like, here's like $10. Go play one of the slot machines or something. You know, try to win your money back. Puts it in the first slot machine, jackpots.
Wow.
It's like, just so you know, I did you a solid.
Right.
Oh my God. That was one crazy night. Let me tell you.
Yeah, it made you want to go right back into the poker room and start pushing all in every hand on a 7 deuce. You know,
man,
like,
I don't know what I was. I should have played the lottery that night because for whatever reason, I was just on the lucky streak. That's all it was. I don't know what was going on. I don't know if they picked me like this is the guy that we're going to use to piss everyone off. That's probably what the dealer was probably thinking. I don't know, but yeah, I cashed out when I was up and. You know, I have.
The shitty thing is, if he
casinos,
would have beat you in poker, he wouldn't have done the same for you, more than likely.
He may have bought me beer. I don't know about like winning the jackpot afterward. But no, I'm one of those guys. If I have a good time and somebody may not be able to have as good a time as me, I share the wealth. That's how. I am.
Right. I mean, as long as you're, especially if you're playing at the cash tables, as long as you're throwing a $5 chip every pot you take to the dealer,
yeah,
you know, at some point they're just little chips. But it's like, wait a minute, that's a $5 chip right there. I just chucked back to the dealer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you lose all your money and you're out in the parking lot with no nothing in your pocket, you're like, man, shouldn't have thrown that chip back.
Yeah, I understand. But yeah, man, I love poker. I actually my wife for our honeymoon, we went on a cruise, Carnival Cruise Line, and the ship, I forget what ship it was, but the casinos and all the bars were named after Bond movies. And I'm a big James Bond fan.
Oh, that's
right?
funny.
And you know, like they had like Casino Royale and all the different Bond movies. Diamonds Are Forever and all this other stuff. Well, anyway, long story short, the Casino Royale that I was at, I was like, let's go to the casino, see if we can win. I won at the blackjack table, and then I left, and my wife won at doing slots. We walked away with like $500 between the both of us. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I like Texas Hold'em better. That's my game of choice personally.
See, at Dania, you get a few of the like really crazy you know, not to insult them, but you know what word I'm looking for. And like I'm sitting next to this one guy one time, and he's sitting there he's like drunk as a skunk, and he's like hovering over the table, and it's a cash game, and he's just like, you know, we waiting on the bets and all that, and the next card to come, and he's like, or the river card, as a matter of fact, and he's like, what was he saying? He was saying, oh, I need the 5 of diamonds. Oh, I need the 5 of diamonds. And he's like saying this under his breath, literally out loud. He's like, oh, I need the 5 of diamonds. And here I am sitting right next to him with what in my hand?
5 of diamonds.
Like, come on, man. What am I supposed to do with that?
Right.
Oh man, he was trying to say it into existence. That's what he was trying to do.
And I was already made another way with the hand, so I know I was going to beat him no matter what happened. He wasn't going to get lucky on me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What was I going to tell you? So
it
a
was
buddy
like
of
back
mine.
to the ATM for that guy after that hand.
Yeah. Shout out to my buddy Christian, by the way. He kind of taught me a little bit about what I know about poker and how I've been kind of successful with it. The Gamble Help Hotline.
Speaking of, after that story.
Yes, please.
Mhm.
Anyone that has an issue, please call the hotline. Really appreciate it.
Yep.
But a shout out to my friend Christian. Him and his brother would go on these cruises and play in these little tournaments on the casino on the boat. And I think it's his brother that's gone on like 2 or 3 of these cruises and won a free cruise by winning the tournament at the poker tournament. Back to back, you know what I mean? So he's like getting multiple free cruises already lined up.
Mhm.
Like, man, I wish I could do that, you know?
I know. I'm good, but I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, I'm guaranteed gonna place in this tournament. I have won tournaments.
Yeah.
I've even coming in first, but I'm not. It's not a guarantee for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't do the big tournaments. That's just too much money for me. I have a limit. Like I'll play with friends. We'll have tournaments here or
You really just have to be aggressive early on and either get out right away or because it really sucks to sit there for 3 hours just to make one move and be out anyway.
Yeah.
You know, so you really have to just chip up or it's not fun because you might as well get out and start the next one. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Mm-hmm.
And so it is kind of a real big gamble in that respect to enter a poker tournament.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do make it through the first gauntlet of having to do that, it can be very fun to sit there and just, you know, take everybody's chips all the way to the top. You know, once it gets dwindled down, it gets very easy and very clear to know what decisions you need to make. You know what I mean? And you're just gonna get lucky or not. You know.
Oh yeah,
fun game, really fun.
Especially
when you can like play your hand totally in the dark and have a guy sit there and when the turn card comes and we have to turn cards over and he slams his cards over and says, "Damn it, you got the straight, didn't you?" And I'm like, "Well, you know, I don't know. Let's find out because I don't even know what I got."
Right.
That's just so powerful a feeling. You know what I mean?
You guys ever do those? I forget what company it was, but there's these companies out of Orlando, and I think they do them out of Miami too. But it's basically a one night, not even a one night. It's like a couple hour cruise. They take you out on the water, and they have the casino that you can play in for while they're out on the water. You know what I'm talking about? Well, I've done a few of those with my dad, and every time we go with my mom and dad, me and my dad go to the blackjack table. We come back. And we have all this money to play with.
Wow.
My mom's like, "What did you do?" And I was like, "We went to the blackjack."
That bad on the boat, huh?
Say what?
Their dealers are that bad on the boat, huh?
Yeah, it depends. It depends. Blackjack is the way it's played is a little bit easier to figure out than poker is, to be honest. You can win very easily.
The odds are much greater.
The odds are much greater. So that's kind of why.
About poker that I like is that the house is not in on the hand.
That is true.
It's the only game in the casino that the house is not playing on the hand.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that they do have shills that they sit there with that play crazy because they're on house money, you know.
Yeah.
That you do have to deal with, and those, you know, you just have to be able to. You have to know how to identify those people, you know.
Yeah.
But they're still, the thing of it is, even if they are a house shill, they're still going to play just as crazy as some noob that comes in that you might have to face. But so the house still really isn't in on the hand.
Yeah, this is true. You know, I guess for me, like me and my dad, when we go to casinos, we have very good control of when to leave, and rather than keep playing, And if I start off like losing like very badly, I'll just get up and walk away. I won't even continue.
Right.
You know what I mean? But
Right.
if
You don't
I'm
take bad money, right? Right.
yeah, and then if I like, let's say I lost one, but then I won the next two, or it came away with money for the next two, I'll play a little bit longer. And if I have a limit of when I walk away. When I don't ever walk away when I've lost money. I'm sorry, I take that back. I walk away when I've lost money, but by the time I walk away, I'm always like, it doesn't matter if I'm $50 over what I started off with. I never walk away with negative money. That's basically how it is, unless I lost right off the bat.
Right. Right.
If that's understandable. Maybe I said that a little bit
You
different.
don't walk away with negative what you've won.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't ever do
You
that.
don't win something and then go back below zero.
Yeah. If I'm below zero and after
it's
the
because
first
you
2 or
were
3
below
games, I'm
zero
walking
from the
away.
beginning. Right. Right.
Yeah. So
But
that's
if you even win $5, you're going to walk out with at least 50 cents.
Yeah. That's basically how I do it. I do it just enough to make a little and drink for the rest of the night. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's crazy some of the things that happen to you in a casino. People are like really superstitious. So one night I decided to go to Windsor, Canada, which is about 45-minute drive from my house in Ohio. You go straight up 75 north to Detroit, and Windsor is right over the river, the water. Right, there's a big blue bridge or a tunnel you can take. And Windsor is famous because it's kind of a college town, as well as they have casinos and tons of bars and stuff. And everybody from the States who are under 21 can go there to drink when they're 19. Now, do understand this was several years ago. I don't know if Canada has changed their drinking age at all or not. I'm only speaking from back before I was 21.
Probably province to province too.
Yeah, that could be different too. But it was 19 if you were in Windsor, Canada. So we go there to drink and gamble and everything. And one night I decided, you know what? I want to go. I had a rough week and nobody wanted to go with me. So I went by myself. Right. And I go there. I, had a few drinks, and gambled for a little bit. And I did fairly well. And I decided, you know what? I'm hungry. I want to get something to eat, sober up, and, drive home. And I go to get in the line at the restaurant, and it's a all-you-can-eat buffet. So I put everything on my plate and that I wanted, and went to check out. The guy in front of me is like, "Yep, I want this," and he goes to hand money. He goes, "You know what? And I'll take care of him too." And I'm like, "You're taking care of me? Thank you. You didn't have to do that." End up paying for my whole dinner. It was like I think it was like, I want to say it was like a $20 dinner for all you can eat.
Right, I've done that at the grocery store, bro. To people.
Yeah, I understand. I've done that kind of like little things, but it was just so random at a casino. I'd never experienced that before. I was young too. I was only like I said, I was only like 19, 20 at that time. So
it is a great experience. It is a great feeling to do it though. Like even like if you're standing there and it's like, you got it, and the next person behind you's tab is like $8. It's like I got to throw that on too. You know what I mean?
I'm not gonna lie. In my younger years, when I was like Mr. Playboy, if you want to call it that, I used to do that at the bar all the time. I put drinks for everybody. That's what I was always doing.
Right. Now I've been at a point in my life where I like never was able to do that for people, and then like when I got to as soon as I got to the point where it was like, yeah, I just spent $10 on the way home for nothing. I think I could do this for somebody one time where I'm in the grocery store and it's like, yeah, whatever, $10, or $12 is their tab. It's like, yeah, put that on mine too,
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
It's easier to do in the express lane.
Yes, definitely.
I'll give you that. It's like the person behind you, they got like, a block of cheese and a bottle of wine, and it's like, throw that on too. That guy probably,
Definitely. All right, man. So what anything else you want to say, Crypto, before we move on?
No, that was it. That was pretty much everything.
All right, man. Well, thank you for coming to hang out with us, and thank you for being at my debut show.
No problem.
Make sure if you haven't voted yet, go to my my Twitter page and vote on what you want the name of the show to be. And follow me if you already haven't. I will follow back. I promise. I do it for everybody that has so far. It's either going to be hashtag exhale or hashtag Wusa. It's late night Wusa or late night exhale. What name do you like better? Do also understand this is no correlation with the Twitch content maker named Exhale either. This is late night Exhale here at the Finn's tailgate. Dubitron was making fun of me. His buddy from Twitch is named Exhale. So he thought he was actually going to be at the show.
All right.
All right. So are you ready for the final segment? We've been talking.
Yeah. But real quick reset.
Sure.
Make sure everybody catch us on Tuesday nights with Tonk 7 and TMI and myself co-hosting. I'll try to, as many times as I can, I'll try to do an open mic afterwards.
Yep. We also got color commentary on Thursdays.
Yep.
Definitely. And don't forget about the link. Fanatics, get your Dolphins gear. I got this hat I'm wearing from Fanatics. I also got a Tyreek Hill jersey that's arriving tomorrow. I can't wait.
That's awesome, man. You going to show it to us?
Yes. I was going to talk to you about it. How about the next episode be Jersey night? You can wear a jersey if you have one. Or
I do have one, but only one. I've only ever saw fit to buy one jersey with my money, and it's not Dan Marino.
Larry Zonka?
I'm not going to say now.
Are you going to surprise
go back and watch different shows that I've been on and I've done since I started on YouTube and find out what it is for themselves, because I have worn it before.
Okay.
But since nobody knows right now, I'm going to leave that out there. I'm going to let people try to decide. To guess what
I will wear, I have various jerseys. I don't have a Dan Marino. I've been planning to get one. All right. I just, money is sometimes, tight.
Sure. They're $300. Let's face it.
Yeah. Well, it's around 160 to 300, depending on which one you want. Definitely. But I have a couple. I have one of somebody you mentioned earlier in the show. So I'm going to wear his actually. And we'll see what you come up with. All right.
Mine is still a friend of the family in some way, if that's, helps anybody with their guess.
Yeah.
Friend of the Dolphin family.
Definitely. Actually, I'm going to put this out to everybody. Our whole audience can be in on Jersey night at their next episode on Saturdays. It'll probably be sometime between 9:30, 10 o'clock, just like this show.
Yeah, wear your jersey, even if nobody can see you. If you're coming up on the panel, wear it. And
feel free to have video, man. Don't be afraid to show us who you are, And like I said, you will still get your chance to speak and put out your whatever you want to talk about, no matter if it's Fins related or not, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, especially if y'all put what numbers you're wearing in the chat next show, then that'll be a bunch of hashtag numbers. So like every number that people search for on Google will end up like coming to this show. You know what I mean?
That's right. So definitely Jersey night, everybody. Like get your jerseys out, no matter how new or how old, get them out.
Who needs keywords?
Anyway, so let's get to this last segment. So we got a little mystery for you guys. So I've been listening to a lot of Twitter spaces. I've been watching a lot of stuff on YouTube, and craziest phenomenon thing happening here is this Mr. Tuanon that keeps popping up, or we are Tuanon. And I want to know, who really is Tuanon? Who is we? Do you know, Culler? Do you know who Tuanon is?
I don't. I have a few guesses, but I actually think I'm not so sure it's a friend of Tuanon, to be honest with you.
I don't know. It's kind of interesting who they are. I went back as far as I could in Twitter, and I was looking at their past tweets.
Do you have any kind of insight as to who we might be thinking about, like in with your from your sources and contacts?
I have some
you might have found yourself mingling in,
Yeah, I understand. From my speculation, I don't know who it is, if that's what you're asking. I have speculation on who it could be, but I'm gonna say that I think it's someone that is not necessarily directly related to the YouTube or Twitter, fan base. It might be somebody that actually mingles in between. But it just it got me wondering who this person really is. I was watching an old video back from November 15th of 2021. Notice that word 15th, the day that it is today, actually May 15th. So, and it was it was a breaking video essentially about Tuanon, and he goes on to describe the situation with Deshaun Watson and Chris Greer, and how it really was just a setup to release the information about the sex scandal with Deshaun Watson, and how Stephen Ross and Hillary Clinton set up an event together. It was kind of interesting on what was stated. And it makes me wonder, well, who is we? They keep saying at the end of the video that we're coming. And that's what I want everyone to think about, and kind of like think about who these people may be. What do they really stand for? Are they really there to put out the good word of Tua? Are they in the best interest of Tua? That's something to think about. And we're going to, we'll talk to you more about it on the next episode and see where you guys think. And you guys can put in the comments, or, on this, the comments below on our page here on YouTube. And, tell us who your guesses are, who it may be. But if TuaNon is listening, come on, man. Come to the Finn's Tailgate show on Saturdays. Come on our show. We'll give you the floor to talk to us.
We'll black you out or white you out, whatever your preference.
Yeah, whatever you prefer.
Hide your voice.
Well, we won't even put a title. You can do whatever you want. The floor is yours. Tell us who you are. Tell us what you want, what your objective is. You guys say that you guys are coming. Well, here at the Finn's Tailgate, we're waiting.
Yeah. Put your actions where your words are. Come on.
That's right.
We'll talk to you.
Definitely. You're very welcome. And like you said, the floor will be yours, just like all of our audiences. We'll do that individually, even with you. Does not matter. We're not here to bash your ideas. We just want to know more about it. We want to know what you stand for, what your objective is, to get a friendly correlation and talk about it, Anyway, so thank you for coming to the debut show. This is here at the Finn's Tailgate. We hope you enjoyed the more intimate, down to earth talking individually, and then more of a debate at the end. We have more content coming. Don't forget, it's Jersey Week. Wear your jersey on Saturday. Put it in the post. Come on to the channel. Put on your webcams. They got Walmart webcams, I know, for $10 to $20, depending on which one you get. Or order on Amazon. It'll be here the next day.
It's all on the lighting.
That's right. That's right. I don't even have any professional lights. I have one light over here, light going on behind me in another room, and I have the screen that's lighting up my face. So you don't even need anything fancy. Just come on and talk to us.
So far, it seems like you got through it, man. I just want to say thanks. Hey, great show, man. Thanks for your help with the team.
Thank you.
We gotta, there's things you and I got plenty to talk about, for next week.
Yeah, definitely. And
adjustments to make and stuff like that. But I think we really nailed a good foundation down for something, a little that can differentiate from everything else we're doing here. So
yeah, we're just building it like the Dolphins. We got the skeleton and the foundation put together. Now we're going to put.
Now, obviously, everybody's going to come in from the focus of football and Dolphins right off the bat, but we stress it. Anything you come up on this panel, you got your own time. As I told El Capitan earlier through text, as the show was going on, many have tried this. Very few have succeeded. They all say they're going to do it, but we want to try to keep a controlled environment for people that don't necessarily come up to these places and these spaces because they don't want to face an uncontrolled environment. So there you go. Many have tried, few have succeeded, and it's up to you guys to help us do that. We still got 26 people watching now at the end of the show that want to hear our last words. We appreciate each and every one of you. Got 3 likes on Facebook. I guess that's Facebook, the little blue thumbs up. I don't know. Maybe it's I don't know. Anyway, we appreciate y'all listening on Facebook, Twitch, all those other platforms, YouTube. Appreciate all the subscribers. Any last words, Ali? You're outing it. You're outroing it because it's your show, buddy.
Gotcha. Do you have any last words before I go? You go first.
That was it. That was my last words. Thanking everybody.
So I personally want to thank everybody that came on the show, that took part in the chat. I saw a lot of comments, a lot of people watching, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to give you some great content on Saturday. I'll be here any Saturday I'm possible. I'm going to be here. No matter what the Finn's Tailgate want me to do, I'll play my role, and I'll try to provide you a safe environment that you can express your feelings without judgment. Like I said, me and Culler, we may ask more questions. We may push back on certain things or give us our point of view on or opinion of what you want to talk about. But that's it. This is a safe place for you to come and speak your mind. All right. So thank you. Till next Saturday. Remember, Jersey night. I'm out. Fins up.